Hello, everyone. I'm Metis Balaska, and welcome to the stream. So, we are actually doing the finale of the Heavensfield scenario this week. I'm sorry. I thought there would be enough time to do it last week. I have someone who's going to join me. Dragonking has agreed to join me for the stream, since we in case we do the good ending. Again, I want to be able to do the good ending on stream, but we'll see how time pans out for that. He's running a bit late right now, but he'll join me in roughly 10 minutes from now, 10 to 15 minutes from now. Yeah. Last time, we killed Berserker, and it turned out you saw the movie for all three. I haven't seen any of the adaptations of the Stay Night story. I started the Fate Zero anime, but they were giving away spoils for HF. But they were giving away spoils for spoilers for Heavensfield in Zero, so I stopped doing that. And I wanted just in case there were spoilers that I didn't know of yet. But yeah, I should be able to pick that up after we're done here. So let us get to the game. Yeah, split. Yeah, I remember that it was, and it still had the sex scenes. Again, understandable, because you can't fully divorce Sakura's story from sex, which is why they replaced it in the remake with vampirism. That's like as close as you could get to. That's as intimately close as you can get to sex without it being sex. Anyway. Of course I recognize you. You're my beloved. I gasp and whirl around. Deep within the shed, where the moonlight doesn't reach, a black-clothed servant stands in the dark. Ryder coolly explains. She's very businesslike. It seems that she was waiting for me to be alone. Ryder is holding her stake-shaped daggers. She inches closer, her murderous intent clear. Ryder's serious. Okay, so this is another just making sure. I think this one was the last non-bad ending save. Hold on a second. Did I miss save is for a bad ending? No, there were no bad endings between the saves and between the save we started the last stream and here. But there is going to be a bad ending, and there is going to be a bad ending trigger here. So we are going to make that save. Double save. All right, and come on. Let's see. All right, the bad end isn't this choice, but we can go to another one that trigger is. Oh no! No. I'm seeing here now. No. The only good option leads to an extra set of dialogue options, 2 of which will also get the bad ending. Tell her the answer she's waiting for. I knew this question was coming eventually. What was it again? Remember, it was, all right. Can you fight till the end? Will you never give up until the very end? Will you be on Sakura's side to the very end? Yeah, this is the one that gives it. This is the one that puts us back on track. The rest lead to the good ending. Lead to the bad ending. I remember. Before, a writer asked me a question under the stars. She wanted to know whether I would be on Sakura's side until the very end, no matter what. I couldn't answer back then, but now I can say it with pride.
あんたが桜を大切にしているのはわかる。今だって俺を行かせたら桜が苦しむから止めようとしてるんだろう。
ええ。それが分かっていて桜を殺しに行くのですか？殺
すためじゃない。救うために行くんだ。
ええ。それが分かっていて桜を殺しに行くのですか？
ライダー、俺は最後まで桜を守る。どんなことになろうと桜を選ぶ。そのためにあんたの力を貸してくれ。俺と遠坂だけじゃ桜を助けられない。桜を本当に大切に思ってくれるなら今だけでも手を貸してくれ。
それはいつぞやの質問の回答ということですか？
I nod silently.
いいでしょう。ですが、私は勝算のない戦いには赴きません。あなたは私に何を期待するのですか？シロ。
What I expect Grider to do, there's only one thing. Out of all the servants in this war, Ryder is the only one with a noble phantasm that can resist Saber's noble phantasm, which is Sakura's most powerful card.
その前に質問がある。あんたの宝具は今でも使えるのか？
使えます。桜は未だ私に魔力を供給していますから。
じゃあ次。サーバントは実体化していてもカテゴリー的には霊体なんだろう。となると通常の武器ではサーバントを傷つけられないのか？
そうですね。通常のサーバントなら無効化できますが、桜に囚われたサーバントは別です。セイバーは肉を与えられ、霊体に戻れない生命です。強力な魔術品ならば、彼らがまとった黒い影を突破できるでしょう。
そうか。なら決まりだ。賞賛はあるし、役割もはっきりしている。ライダー、あんたには1対1でセイバーを倒してもらう。具体的に言うとだな。
Please tell me that's a fight we actually get to see. Ryder has been so awesome this entire storyline. Like just seeing her scenes this entire route has made me giddy. I am not a simp. Yes, I am. I whisper in Ryder's ear. It's not like anyone's listening to us, but I'm just being safe.
なるほど。確かにその方法なら突破できる。
Hold on.
何しろ純粋な力勝負です。紛れが起こる心配もない。
だろ？まあ、問題があるとしたら、それは。
あなたの技量と、あなたの技量を私がどこまで信頼できるか、ですね。
I nod. Ryder pauses for a moment, placing a finger on her lips in contemplation.
承知しました。あなたを信頼し、一時の主と認めましょう。
Yay! Then she agrees to my suggestion with a surprisingly lovely smile. Both hands on the clock point to the top. It's midnight, the time we agreed on. I wrap up the Azoth blade and keep it on my waist. It's my only weapon. The only other thing I take with me is the pendant Tosaka talked about.
シロ、リンが呼んでるわ。外で待ってるから、準備ができ次第来なさいって。
Ilya will stay here. It's true that Zokin's targeting Ilya, but it's also my wish for her to stay here.
そうか。トサカ、先に外で待っているのか。
Well, with any luck, that bastard's actually dead this time. If Kirei did his job right.
ええ、早く来いって顔してたから、急がないとまた小言よ。
I nod at Ilya and stand up. My left arm doesn't hurt anymore. My functions as a living creature are just slowly being eroded. If I stop, I won't know what I'm doing.
それじゃあ行ってくる。エリアも気をつけてな。
いってらっしゃいシロ。夜が明ける頃に、さくらとリンと3人で帰ってきてね。
I wave at Ilya and leave the room. The living room is silent. 10 years. So much has happened here. I've made a lot of memories. Including memories in alternate timelines. Much of it came recently. This morning seemed and became so familiar to me over the last year and a half. The shed is silent. It's Shiromiya's tiny shop, a place I spent so much time in. It was like my own bedroom. This is where I followed in Kuritsuga's footsteps and threw myself into training every night. When I fell asleep here, sometimes she would come to wake me up. It feels like it happened a long time ago. I can even remember the smell of the air. The bedroom is silent. It's a guest room that it's only been used as for the last several years. There aren't any memories here. But it reminds me of Sakura. I sigh and lean against the wall. I can't remember. I can't remember anything that happened in this house or anything I've experienced. And yet, when I walk through these rooms, Sakura's face clearly comes to mind. How much Sakura means to me. It's a struggle. Hey, Dragonking, welcome.
Sorry it took me a bit longer.
That's fine. And things like that happen. So we're about to head to the final battle. We just had a talk with Ryder. Yay!
Yeah, I was listening.
And yeah. We're also not in good condition.
No, you are not.
It's a struggle just to stay conscious. My memories are all over the place. 10 years I've spent in this house are turning into a haze. But there's something I still remember well. No matter what else I'll lose, the memory of Sakura will always be fresh in my mind. I heave a long sigh. What I need to do, has always been the same. I anchor my disconnected mind and leave Sakura's room. I mean, I leave nothing behind. Nothing behind? What the hell? The way I read things sometimes. Once we made a promise here, we knew we couldn't keep it, but we said it to encourage each other. I'll make it again right now. It was a small glimmer of hope that we'd go somewhere together.
Okay.
All right, final day.
The save point. Yep.
Final. If I have any doubts that we're going to end today, there it goes. I'm starting with an interlude, 16-1. There's been a lot of interludes this route.
Yeah, that's kind of how Heavenville is.
It is an altar enshrining the stars. Fire blazes as if to connect heaven and earth. Flickering flames illuminate the dark cave, searing the canopy above. But this is no godly shrine. The sky it connects to is deep underground, and the burning torch is black, not red. The Greater Grail is near. The air is murky, the wind is stagnant, and the water oozing down the walls is the color of poison. This underground kingdom is said to have been in the lair of a dragon. In fact, it is modeled after the stomach of a dragon. None who visit this place are human. Those who seek salvation in this otherworldly realm, who rejoice in this bizarre sight, must only be the sort of demons who flee the light of the sun. Well, that's kind of racist of you. Oh God, no. That isn't who I think it is it?
I so wanted to say something.
A skull mask face chokes in the midst of the round. Oh, it's Cursed Arm. It's Cursed Arm. I thought it was Zoken. And I was gonna be like, why don't you fucking die? Led by Dark Crimson, he is the servant assassin who lost his master to Kirei Kotamine.
ここまでか。魔力提供がなくては、もはや体が持たぬ。
The white skull creaks along the wall. Ahead of him stands a girl. Dressed in black curses, she stares absently at the approaching skull.
ようやくたどり着いたか。魔術師殿。姿は見えぬが、恩義は健在か。
God, I hope not. I mean, Cursed Arm's fine and all, even though he's pretty dodgy in the storyline. But goddamn, Zoken needs to stay fucking dead. Go away, you. He stops 5 or 6 meters from the girl. Stuck to a wall like a spider, Assassin crawls out into the void.
よく戻ったな、アサシ。
Oh God, no! Finally, someone answers. The old mage's voice rings out in the void. Why won't you fucking die? Zoken's a fucking cockroach. He just will not die.
I so wanted to say something about that.
The old man should have been eliminated by Kirei, but here he is, alive and well. He won't be here for long if I have anything to say about it. Only for him to return again in OC1 in Grand Order. God damn it.
No. Don't remind me of that.
It is only logical. The Zokomato, which was crushed in the forest, was no more than a swarm of worms. Of course it was.
That's his magecraft, to be fair.
Yeah,
It
fair.
has lived so long.
So we just need to like do what they did with Cell during the Cell saga at the end of the Cell saga in DBZ. Make sure no Cell remains. Just destroy everything down to the last piece. His real body, which anchors his soul to the world, sleeps elsewhere in a safe location. Even the priest's holy words cannot destroy the old mage, as long as the insect that comprise his real body remain intact. In other words, Kirei's only contribution to this entire story was buying us time.
しかし、手足とも潰されたのは答えたわ。今のわしでは、お主に起こる魔力も作り出せる。かといって、市場で新しい肉を調達するの
Yeah, pretty
は
much.
手間じゃ。
For
負担
now.
をかけるが、頃はいいか。さくら、アサシンと契約を結べ。まさかを失った今、新しい護衛が必要じゃろ。
The old mage intones an order. The black-cursed girl, Sakura Mato, doesn't respond. She ignores the absolute authority of the old man and continues staring into space with lightless eyes.
何をしておるさくら。わしの言葉が聞けぬというのか。
A threatening current runs beneath his irritated tone. The old man is slightly on edge. It would be so poetic if Sakura was the one to kill him. He is angry at the girl's ineptitude for losing Berserker and letting Iliasfield slip away.
さくら、もう一度言うぞ。わしの言葉が聞けぬというのか。
Cold contempt. The girl has never defied the old man when he speaks like that. Not out of fear, but because his dominance is absolute. Anyone want to try something for this guy? Huh? Huh? Kirei's completely fine, but not this dude. The guy with the basement full of limbless orphans is fine, but this guy's a little too much. No, I get it. Everyone who likes Kirei goes on the whole philosophy of if evil, why hot? And I'm surprised if anyone thinks Zoken is hot.
I don't even want to imagine the people that do.
She does fear him, of course. But she is literally unable to define him. Define him.
I don't think anyone can define Zoken right now.
Pretty much.
With a word other than creep, or way worse, I'm trying to people it on stream.
Yeah. Reasoning being, her heart is...
もはや精神が壊れてしまっているのではないか。
Darn it.
渡れよ魔術師殿。この女、もはや精神が壊れてしまっているのではないか。あれほどの念を受け入れているのだ。脆弱な小娘に耐えきれるはずもない。
The old man's irritation vanishes. He returns to calm silence. In this dark crimson pit, there is a sound of a slithering worm.
どうやらそのようじゃな。しばらくは持つかと思うたが、幕引きはあっけなかったの。
The old maid sounds both disappointed and utterly enthused. The girl doesn't answer. Her mind has been swallowed by the darkness.
予定通りその娘を。
Ew! Ew, did you have to word it like that?
人聞きの悪い。予定通りになってはないぞ。あくまで仕方なくじゃ。的尾さくらの理性は消えてしまった。このままではあの化け物を制御する者がいなくなってしまう。
You make it sound terrible. Gee, inflicting abuse on a child who should be your family member for like what 10 years now, even longer, probably. No, I think it was longer because no, wait, was it 10 years? It may have been longer because I think she joined in the Mato household when she was like 8 or something. I may be misremembering details, but it should be at least 10 years. And
I can't remember, they're in their last year of high school, right?
I think so.
You continue reading, I have to check.
But yeah, inflicting abuse and other things that I will not mention for the sake of the content warning that I provided. And And that's the terrible thing. That is what you think makes it sound. You think that's not terrible, and Assassin is just making it sound such. Dude. God damn it, Zoken.
故に非道と知りながらも空洞になった孫娘を喰らおうというのではないか。
Again, fucking you! He snickers. The laughter comes from the girl's throat. The old mage is laughing using the empty Sakura's vocal cords.
では急ぎ行っていただけぬかな。私の体は消えかけている。早急に魔力をもらわねば消えてしまう。
では始めるとするか。いやはや実に残念だぞさくら。ここまであれを育てたお主じゃ。せめて聖杯を手に入れる栄光は譲りたかったのだが仕方あるまい。恨むのなら己を恨め。儀式が間に合わなかったはイリアスフィールを逃したお前の落ち度よ。
Oh yes, yeah, clearly she's the one to blame. She is the one to blame for your abuse.
She is currently 16 and was in the Mato household for 10 years.
Ah.
Rin is older, actually.
Yeah, Rin I think is like, I think...
A year older.
A year older, yeah.
Yeah.
A
So
crun-
she got taken by the... Sakura got taken by the Matos when she was 6. She's currently 16.
A crunching sound. A worm wriggles its way into the girl's neck. Ugh. I'm glad I've been playing this this game on a weekly basis. It's taking some breaks between the routes because, God damn it, I would need to take the breaks between the story beats of this route were kind of needed. It can't be seen. There's no worm crawling under her skin, not from the outside. There was never any escape for the girl, not from the twisted thoughts nestled against her heart. Zokomato, insect user. His real body, the host for his decaying soul, is the pseudo-nerve innervating Sakura Mato's heart.
体はまだ変わりきっていないが、何贅沢は言わん。その肉体、消えた主に代わってわしが引き継いでやる。
So what you're saying is, we just need to give
Oliver?
Sakura an anti-parasitic.
Oh no, he replaced her complete nervous system with his magecraft.
Ugh.
Yep. Yep, that's so now her entire basically you'd have to remove her entire nervous system.
I can project new nerves for her. I can project new nerves for her. No, I can't.
Would be nice if you could.
さらばださくら。実験作の身でよくぞ耐え抜き、よくぞわしを楽しませた。
You can't see it right now, but I'm holding up 2 middle fingers.
I don't blame.
There is a slippery sound of wriggling blood vessels. Sakuramoto's rotten spiritual body ordered as his worm body to eat the girl's brain. Ugh. But
その必要はありません、おじいさま。私は大丈夫です。
the girl places a hand on her chest and opens her eyes.
おう、飲まれてしまったかと思うたが、まだ踏みとどまっておったが。ではさくら、 ちと事情が変わってな。わしではアサシンを維持できなくなった。少しばかり負担をかけるが、わしの代わりにアサシンと契約するがよい。
Do it, Sakura.
He is the Palatine of Fate, isn't he?
He is a Palpatine, but I'm gonna be Palpatine this time. Do it.
Not Palatine, Palpatine.
Yep. Do
The
it.
old-
Get him.
The old mage issues a command, and as he always does. However, the girl shakes her head in denial.
何のつもりかな、桜。
You no longer control me, grandfather, just like eats up his entire consciousness. Please, that would be so fitting.
ですから言ったで
Oh
しょ
yeah,
おじい
it's
さ
gonna
ま
get better.
その必要はありま
You'll
せん
see.
と
You'll see what I mean.
I can't wait. Her icy voice rings in the gloom. Suddenly, the white skull on the wall is swallowed by something dark and enormous.
何？
Their astonishment comes too late. Assassin's entire body is compressed in a single attack, leaving his only his mask intact. Karma's a bitch, ain't it? The
Very
mask
much
falls. Beneath the white mask, where his face should be, is only another skull.
なんだどんな顔をしてるかと思えばもともと顔がない人だったんですね
I would like to point out this is like one of the only times in the entire franchise where we actually get to see Hassan's face.
So basically, this is what have implied that all the Hassan and had no face, no actual faces under their masks. Their faces would just be skulls. But we know by Serenity and 100 Personas that that's not true.
Well, yeah, but like I think they would be classed as maybe newer Hassans
Mm.
compared to like I don't really remember off the top of my head. But it's one of those like the ones with the masks and everything. A lot of the older ones that followed like Gramps versus Hassan. Yeah, we don't know much about them.
Mm.
We don't know much about their faces, so
あなたは顔を隠してい
definitely
たんじゃな
interesting
く
to
て
actually get to see,
素顔を隠すことで
you know,
顔があると思わせているだけのつまらない人だった
this one.
小娘貴様
顔をなくして名前も捨ててそれでも永遠を求めたなんてけど残念永遠を求めるならおじいさまのようにこれからも生き続けることを望まないといくら聖杯でも過去に戻ってあなたの名前を取り戻すなんてことはできないんだから消えなさい山の主あなたは何者でもない一人の暗殺者ただ一人のハサンになどなれないわ
I guess that explains why he's a 1-star in Grand Order.
Yeah, probably. Rip him.
The
Also,
shadows.
instant death isn't great.
The shadows swallow his death cry. The skull-masked assassin is devoured without a trace.
貴様正気か？何をするのだこのバカ者め。
The old man's confusion borders on madness. Oh, like he isn't mad already? Is he shocked by the sudden development or being driven mad by indescribable terror? The girl laughs at...
Said both.
The girl laughs at the old man who used to control
だ
her.
ってあの人二度も先輩に手を挙げたでしょだから殺しました だって先輩を傷つけていいのは私だけなんだから。
Everyone, Dark Sakura, aka Sakura Yandere mode.
それにおじいさまおじいさまはもう彼に守られなくてもいいんです。なら彼には暇をあげない
Wouldn't
と
that
か
just
わい
be
そう。
Durga or Kali?
Pardon?
Take your pick. Wouldn't that just be Durga or Kali? Take your pick.
Well, well, Kama.
I mean, Kama kind of, but she never really hurts anyone. She just tries to like drag him into her version of love.
Yeah.
Whereas Durga's actually like, Durga ended up, in OC1.
Mm.
For those who haven't played it, I'm not gonna say anymore, but yeah,
Yeah.
have fun with that.
But
you get what I mean.
Yeah, I really loved OC one story though. No,
Same.
I especially loved the story they were going on with Medusa. Like, of course I would because I'm a Medusa simp, but I love the fact that they made it gay.
Yeah. Also, I will say, while we're sitting here doing this, I am going through the Mystic Eyes event. I have 2 days left to finish it, and I'm not even at Stratum 20 yet.
Jeez.
Luckily, I've got the amount of servants I do, aka every servant in the game.
Meanwhile, me, who finished it several days earlier because I was doing no less than 20 floors a day.
I've been just so busy prepping for the move.
Fair.
Oh, speaking of not the move, but OC1 characters, did a YOLO and got a second copy of Saber Medusa today, last night actually.
Ah, nice.
Just one multi.
I tried to get that. I tried to get that. And get Gorgon to MP5, so I could at least start doing some extra stuff with her. But the game was like, no. Like I got her to MP3. That's at least something. But it kept. But the friggin' Galatea banner kept giving me the Saber Lily.
Oh God. But no, it's a
not Saber Lily. Not Saber Lily. A Medusa Lily.
Oh yeah.
Which she is a servant I won a 120 anyway, so I can't complain too much about that.
Sure. But it took me to get to Pity to get my first copy of Saber Medusa, so
I was actually pretty lucky. I still ended up MLBing all the event CE is before getting MP2, but still. It wasn't like the Tiamat. It isn't like what happened with Tiamat, where she resisted me until the very last second, and I MLB'd some of the event and CEs twice before getting the thing MP1.
Draco's banner hurt me because I'm a huge Final Draco fan, depending on which one you want to prefer, either arcade, because I actually do have the arcade cabinet that's currently being shipped somewhere. Not gonna say where. Or the mobile version where I 120 MP6 or I was going for MP7, but I was well over 3,000 quartz into the banner. Please, for the love of anything, can we get the Pity reset with this anniversary update?
Would be nice if we got a better pity system too.
Well, I mean, FGO JP doesn't have the better pity system, but at least they have when you hit pity or get a first character, it resets that pity.
Yeah.
We don't yet. I would like that, please.
Yes.
I would also like the servant coin update early, but that's me.
Mm. Anyway.
FGO tangent aside.
Yeah. Ironically, the Draco came. I've said this as before in the Chaldea Guru server. For some reason, Draco came to me like super easy. Like I put in one multi. I was like, yeah, I'll try. I can put in 2 multis before Saber Medusa's banner. So I put in one multi. She came to me. Then I was like, okay, I'll use that extra multi on Tiamat's banner. Then see if I can't get that MP2. And then I got the Tiamat MP3.
I only have MP2 Tiamat, but she was supposed to be another MP6 for me. Sadly, I did not get to get her there.
And I will eventually get. I will eventually get Saber and Medusa to MP6. I just want to do it via the GSSR and Destiny summons rather.
Oh yeah.
Because then I can then put the quartz I save up towards other servants I want.
Yep.
I'm hoping we get Summer Medusa sometime. Like the fact that we haven't is a crime. Anyway, then there is a wet sound. The girl plunges her fingers into her own body, tearing out the worm burrowed deep inside, and in an act of psychic surgery.
Yeah, Sakura kind of went metal there, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was pretty metal. Also, God. They knew what they were doing when they designed that thing.
Yep. Yes, they did.
What to call this terror, this confusion? The girl gouges out her own body, tearing her own nerves to shreds, and all while giggling coolly. He wriggles. With lightless eyes, the girls examine the thing that is her grandfather, the thing calling herself her grandfather, the thing that seems to have been her grandfather.
なんだ。やってみたら簡単なんですね。私、おじいさまはもっと大きいかと思っていました。
In fact, the worm serving as Sakamoto's main body was not always this diminutive. The old maid changed his hood to a more suitable worm in order to parasitize the girl's heart. To do that, it needed to be smaller than a heart. In retrospect, his eccentric taste turned out to be his downfall.
あの神父さんには感謝しないといけませんね。あの方がおじいさまを消してくださらなかったら、本当に私が食べられていたところだった。
She's seen right through him.
B-rated something.
No, this was as inevitable from the beginning. The old mage never bothered to hide his objective, and the girl could not defy his will. So there was no problem. He only ever treated her as his eventual replacement. So she only had to wait. She only had to wait until it was time to raise the flag of rebellion. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!
違うぞさくら。お前に取り付くというのは最後の手段だ。お前の意識があるのなら、本はすべてお前に与える。わしは魔党の血統が栄えればそれでよい。
Yeah, bullshit.
お前が勝者となり、 全てを手に入れるのならばそれで良いのだ、さくら。
The worm wriggles. She gently smiles at the filthy creature between her fingers.
それではなおさらですね。だってもうおじい様の手はいりません。あとは私だけでも門を開けることはできますから。
Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Something inconceivable is happening. The old mage made only one
待
mistake.
て、待つのだ。待ってくれ、さくら。わしはお前のことを思ってやってきたのだぞ。
Bullshit.
それを恩をあだで返すような真似を。
さようならおじい様。200年も地の底でうごめいていたのは疲れたでしょう。さあ、もうお消えになっても結構です。
The old man raised the girl too well. He failed to notice the darkness within her and mistook it for purity. You reap what you sow, asshole! Only the girl remains at the altar. The flickering black blaze delights in the girl's independence, a personification of itself. The dark girl looks at the blood slicking her hand.
I will say that's one thing about fate in general. Don't assume they're dead unless it actually tells you they're dead.
Yes.
Did
Now
it tell
let's
you
face
he's
it.
dead?
Let's face it. Zokin has dodged that bullet multiple times just because of the way he's built.
Yeah. But did it in the past few passages, did it tell you he died?
She stands there emptily, like a puppet with the strings cut, her laugh echoing on and on.
You can't assume anything with Natsu.
Fair enough.
Our lovely mushroom loves to do a bunch of wordplay like that.
Nobody comes out to greet us. Ryoto Temple looms over us like a giant hunched in the darkness. I feel some strange power from it. Is the wind blowing? Is the wind blowing up in the sky? I crane my neck and listen. I hear howling wind.
階段の上に力を感じます。境内の裏手にある池に何らかの場が作られているようですが。
いいえ、そっちに用はないわ。上で作られてる場は表向きのただ聖杯を欲しがるマスター用のもんよ。聖杯戦争の大元に行こうって言うんなら上じゃなくて下に行かないとね。
Tosaka walks away from the stairs and into the
タイ
forest.
ガー、大丈夫か？竜道寺は結界が張ってあるんだろ？サーバントは正門からしか山に入れないって聞いたけど。
多少の重圧はありますが、耐えられるレベルです。それに、中に入りさえすれば、この土地はサーバントにとって最適な霊脈です。大気に満ちたマナを吸い上げれば、回復はたやすい。
そうか。辛いだろうが、少しの間我慢してくれ。
We push our way through the trees, walking through the night. There aren't even any game trails out here, and we mostly have to drop down small cliffs and rock walls.
イリアの話じゃこの辺りなんだけど、シロ、入り口らしきもの見当たらない？
らしきものってなんだよ。
岩肌に人が入れそうな亀裂があるとか、あからさまに怪しい社とかよ。一応入り口なんだから、まさか落とし穴ってわけでもないでしょ？
Basically, look for a cave or something.
無茶言うな。星が出てるからって夜の森で周りが見通せるかって。
Yes, but actually no.
Oh, I can see pretty well, actually. There are withered trees around us. Maybe we're behind Ryudo Temple now. Of course, there are no man-made buildings in sight. All I see are the dead trees and a bubbling brook. Wait. That means the water must be coming from somewhere.
あの小川の先、岩が固まってるよな。真っ暗でよく見えないけど、あれ、もしかして横穴になってないか？
シロ、振り向かないように。
I hear a small metallic sound, like a clasp being undone. Ryder must have taken off her
ありま
blindfold.
すね。天然の洞穴ですが、人間が入れないこともない。ここからでは1メートルほどで行き止まっているように見えますが、魔術による偽装が感じられます。
So even when way back to the first game, Medusa had those godlike eyes. Because like she did that in OC, she did that in OC1 too. I just didn't know that that writing extended all the way back to here.
Yeah, Ryder's older version of say Medusa.
そっか、助かる。トサがそれらしいものあったみたいだ。
They just different paths and such.
Yeah. I call out to
But no,
Tosa.
Sorry, but yeah, Ryder is older. Saber Medusa is actually around the same age as Sakura is currently.
I call out to Tosaka and head down the stream. It turned out to be only a spring rather than a river. I mean, I know they said she was a little younger, but they didn't really give an exact age, so I didn't read her bio yet.
No, they said this in OC1 actually, that she is about the same age as Sakura.
I must have forgotten that detail.
Yeah, with the AI Sakura, I should say. But if we take into account that the AIs were based on, what do you call it?
On actual
Based on
people.
Yeah, you can assume that that Sakura would be about the same age as the one in Heaven's Feel.
Yeah. It's flowing from several piles of rocks, and we finally come across an opening that one person can fit through. The rocks remind me of igloos. One could tell at a glance that you'd hit a rock as soon as you step inside, and no sane person would even think of entering. Thankfully, we're not sane.
No new plays any of this stuff
この岩
is.
簡単にすり抜けるわ。
Tosaka goes inside without looking back.
先にどうぞ。後ろは私が守ります。
I nod at Ryder and venture into the darkness. I make scraping sounds on the stone. I need my way forward with my... I feel my way forward with my hands on the wet ground. The ground begins to slope dramatically. It's tight and claustrophobic in the darkness. I'll tumble down into the infinite darkness unless I slow down unless I slow down on my back and slowly go down on my back. In the dark, I make a slow descent, sprawled on the angled rock. The way ahead is dark, and I can't tell how far down this goes. I can only hear my breathing.
シロ、今のうちに聞いておく。
Then, Tosaka suddenly talks to me from ahead.
いいけど、なんだ？
宝石剣、なんで作ってくれたの？
funny, you mentioned that. I don't remember. No, really, within the context of the story, I don't remember. Her tone is bored, like she's making small talk to kill time because she's tired of climbing down.
なんでって、なんでさ。
だから私はさくらを殺すって言ってるのよ。そんな私に武器を預けていいのかってこと。
I nod in the dark. Tosok is right, of
よ
course.
くない。よくないけど、遠坂がいないと桜は助けられない。桜を助けたいんなら、一人より二人の方が確実だろ。それに、剣を投影するのは約束だった。俺は遠坂との約束を果たせなかった。だから、もう一つの約束だけはきちんと守りたかったんだ。
It was quite a while ago. After I lost Saber, I asked Tosaka for help. She helped me and I made her a promise. I would make her win. I promised to make Tosaka the victor of the Holy Grail War. I can't keep that promise anymore, so I want to at least keep my other promise. At that time, for Rin Tosaka, the girl I liked at the time, who believed in me when I had nothing left.
そう。律儀ね、あなた。
ああ、遠坂ほどじゃないけどな。
The darkness goes still again. Our conversation ends there. We don't look at each other, and we just stoically descend into the infernal depths. Our long path seems to take us through the underworld itself. It's a winding path, and my body feels like it's walked more than 100 meters. We turn to find ourselves facing a dark cavern. The one-man wide path becomes an even deeper passage. We don't need any illumination. Some sort of luminescent moss suffuses the cavern with a green glow. The passage teems with life energy. It feels so raw. It's an air of birthing, filled with vitality that seems to celebrate life. Abundant odd and flowing mana. As far as I can see, I keep forgetting that they express two sources, odd and mana. Because like odd practically never comes into play. It's so raw that it makes me nauseous. The warmth of radiant and life is so filthy I want to turn away from it. I have nothing to say. This is a land of death. Talking to Tosaka would lower my guard enough to get me killed.
行くわよ。ここからは自分の命を優先して。
Tosaka goes deeper down the passage toward the source of the dark air. Ryder and I move forward, keeping an eye on our surroundings. I see something red on the ground. These are unmistakably bloodstains. The blood spatter continues into the cave. Did someone get here before us? Were they wounded so badly that they bled everywhere they walked?
シロ、
すまない、すぐ行く。
I shake off the premonition and keep walking. I can't afford to worry about anyone else now. If I lose focus, my mind will shut off. Worrying about external things would erase me entirely. I grip the pendant tightly in my right hand. I use the pain to remind myself who I am and step into the verdant dark. I think we've entered Yomi or some shit. A tepid breeze caresses my cheeks. We come to the end of the passage, which opens into a large cavern. It's as wide as the school grounds. I can't see the ceiling. I can't see the ceiling in the murk, but it could be as high as 10 meters. There are no signs of life. The forgotten underground wasteland reminds me of the picture of the moon's surface as I saw of the moon's surface I saw in books long ago. There. Hi, Saber. So, how you doing? I hope you're not here to murder us. She's totally here to murder us. Stands Saber, waiting for us. She's the only one in the cave. I don't see Sakura, Zoken, or Assassin. Only the dark swordswoman blocks our path.
Saber.
She wouldn't have anything to say to me. Of course not. Saber's only job is to eliminate intruders. She's the gatekeeper and executioner here. She's the strongest servant protecting Sakura, and she could take us both alone.
話し合いで通してくれるって雰囲気じゃなさそうね。
Tosaka arms herself with the jeweled sword she's kept behind her waist, keeping her stance low. She intends to attack from the front. I don't know what power the sword has, but she seems to think it'll work on a clash in a clash against Saber. But it won't go well. I know Saber, so there are ways to deal with her. We shouldn't reveal our secret weapon while Zoken and Assassin could still be waiting.
遠坂待て。セイバーは。
リン、私にはあなたと争う理由はない。くれぐれも間違いで私に剣を向けないように。あなたをここで殺してしまっては、さくらの命令に背いてしまう。
Yes! Please let this be a cool ass fight. All our fight scene so far has been awesome. Saber's quiet voice is the same as ever. It stops right in her tracks. Tosaka and I both know what that means.
どういうつもり？あなたはここの門番よね、セイバー。
はい。相手が何者であれ、ここを通る者は消去する。それがさくらの命令です。ですが、
私は例外。さくらの方から会いたがってるってわけ
Saber nods wordlessly.
そう。本気なんだ、さくら。
She murmurs briefly. After a big sigh, Tosaka walks towards Saber.
悪いわね。そういうわけだから先に行かせてもらうわ。
Tosaka boldly walks past Saber. Just before she blends into the dark,
シロ、あんたがどうなるかは知らないけど、私は信頼してるんだから、ちゃんと期待に応えてよね。
hold on. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with that vague statement. Not that my brain is working very well right now.
だから、蹴りがついた後に来られて文句言われるのも迷惑だってこと。 さくらを助けたいって言うならあんまり遅くならないようにね。
Yeah, because in truth, Rin doesn't want Sakura to die. Like, she's fully prepared to kill her, but she doesn't want her to die. Tosaka's long hair whips through the air, and she disappears into the depths of the cave without looking back.
Could be a whole other issue if Rin wanted Sakura to die.
Yeah. Thanks, Tosaka. That boosted my spirits. In other words, telling me to come before she settles the score with Sakura was her roundabout way of cheering me on.
それは不可能です。あなたはここで死ぬのですから。シロ。
Saber's bloodlust swells. Tosaka's gone, leaving only me. I suppose that in this situation, Saber doesn't need to hide her hostility anymore.
殺すとは聞き捨てなりませんね。あなたが手にかけるのはこの道を通る者のみ。彼がこの場に留まるのなら、あなたに襲われることはないはずですが。とどまるのならばそうしよう。だが、その男はどうあっても先に進む。私には勝てないと理解していながら、先に進むしかない。
So basically, the Saber is saying, try me, bitch.
違いますか、ライダー。そう。
Pretty much.
先に仕えていたのはあなただったわね、セイバー。彼の性格、知っていて当然ということ。
Saber narrows her eyes. She holds a black-dyed sacred sword in her hands. She's coming. Me or Ryder. If either of us takes so much as a step forward, Saber will rush to cut us down with a single blow.
Saber, どうあっても引かないんだな。
Let me check stats quickly. Ryder is the faster of the two. It's just that if she gets hit, it's not going to be good.
I wouldn't go by stats, by the way. Just a heads up for this fight. I'll say that much. Just because I know what happened. Because of the movies. Don't let the stats say anything for you.
Yeah, I just like to check those things. Though they can be a little funky.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair, but definitely for this specific fight, stats are kind of meaningless.
And like in the original Stay Night anime, this was they kind of like had this in that anime, but they like changed it. They changed specifically this fight that's coming up now into a fight between Saber and Assassin, and I mean and Sasaki Kojiro Assassin. Saber doesn't show a hint of doubt. We're enemies now. That's the undeniable truth that I saw for myself in the forest that night. And I answer.
なら、ここでお前を消滅させる。
I have to accept it.
俺は桜を助ける。そのために、お前は邪魔だ。
Saber isn't my only enemy. I still need to deal with Assassin and Zoken, who's responsible for all this. I can't let this take up any more of our time.
シロ、あなたは後ろに。 指示通りセイバーの相手は私がします。
She got out the mystic eye. She's pulling out all the stops.
Yep, full power.
Ryder pushes his meat behind her while removing her blindfold. Saber raises her sword. The tip of her sword is already keenly focused on Ryder.
言うな。二人がかりでやるって言っただろう。ライダーじゃセイバーには。
倒せないまでも押しとどめることはできる。幸いセイバーは魔眼よけの特性を持っていません。魔力で上回る彼女を石化することはできませんが、重圧をかけることはできる。全力でかかれば2分は拮抗できるでしょう。
Ryder's eyes focus on Saber. They can turn everything they see into stone, and they can weaken Saber temporarily.
状況は私が作ります。あなたは動かず、気を逃さぬよう気を配りなさい。
ライダ
では、私の命はあなたに預けます。シロ。
Ryder vanishes. She charges the Dark Knight at extreme speed and raising a gust of wind. Human eyesight can't even perceive Ryder's godlike speed. Saber casually knocks her back.
いいだろう。まずはあなたが消えろ、ライダー。
An enormous pressure suffuses the cave. The black swordsman smiles coldly and calmly begins to move. Another interlude, 16:2. Her field of view expands. As soon as she leaves the darkness, Rinto Osaka forgets that she's underground. She sees an infinitely high canopy and a black sun. This massive space is no cave. It's a desolate land. It's easily 3 kilometers in diameter. A giant monolith stands in the distance. It is the beginning of this war and the end. When she climbs that precipice, she should see a giant crater. Therein lies the system that has been operating for 200 years, and by God, it doesn't need maintenance about now. A dark pillar burns inside the bowl of the huge rock, containing the giant magic circle called the Greater Grail. Right, I completely forgot that it's called the Greater Grail here too. That was always a thing. Thump thump, the black shadow pulsates. A wave of magical energy leaks out from something within, illuminating the wasteland. According to the Tosaka archives, it's called the Altar of Beginnings. In its very center lies a circular cloister, a heart of the world, a heart world, the cup of heaven. Pregnant with the immeasurable magical energy, there's that language again. It gives rise to an other world worthy of its name.
あれがアンリマユ。この世すべての悪っていうのは伊達じゃないってことね。
Ren makes a light remark as she walks towards the altar. She's worried about Shira and Ryder, but her situation isn't much better. The magical energy filling the Greater Grail isn't in a dimension that humans can do anything about. It's an effectively inexhaustible vortex of magical energy, an inexhaustible resource that mages from around the world gather here to use. A human could never use it up a human could never use it up in their lifetime, and even if there were a limit to it, it's still correct to call it inexhaustible.
不可能はないか。確かにあれはあらゆる願いを可能にする聖杯だ。
She can feel her resolve starting to break under the premonition of death numbing her limbs and the overwhelming disparity in combat strength. But Rin keeps walking, distracting herself with lighthearted quips. At the moment, she's on guard against Zoken, Mato, and Assassin. To Rin, Sakura Mato isn't an opponent she needs to be cautious of. She doesn't feel any threat from Sakura, who's lost sight of herself. In the end, Sakura is Zoken's puppet. Her greatest foe is Zoken, no doubt. Any face-off with Sakura will come once the rest of this altar is settled. Affair is settled. The rest of this altar. I can read everyone, I swear.
おかしい。これじゃ祭壇についちゃ
I
う
will say, after you beat this, if you can, rent Heaven's Feel 3 for the couple dollars that's worth, or like the couple dollars that it'll take to rent it, and watch the fight scene.
I will get to that.
No, I'm just saying, like, sometime after you finish this, because holy shit, Ufotable did an amazing job.
Zoken wouldn't be allowed, wouldn't have allowed an intruder to come this far. He would have attacked her well before she got this close. But he's nowhere to be seen, and Rin is almost at the altar. She thinks. She considers why Zoken hasn't stopped her, and the fact that she hasn't sensed him or assassin at all. Rin takes her observation and then makes a deduction. She wants to deny it, but her mind goes easily to that conclusion. No, she has no other choice but to accept it, because
嬉しいわ姉さん。逃げずに来てくれたんですね。
her deduction is now unmistakable fact. She looks up. On top of the high cliff in front of the black sun, Sakuramoto welcomes her sister. Again, I love how these VNs convey movement. Rin takes a slight step back, overwhelmed by Sakura's sheer gravity. Her transformation is more than anything Rin expected. Honra Manu is a servant with no definite form. There's nothing more than a shadow incarnated. It's nothing more than a shadow incarnated by human wishes, modeled after human fantasies. And I can't help but notice this is a rendition of the music that plays when you're in the church. Thus, its power is granted to the host and master who will give birth to it. At this very moment, Sakura Mato is Honra Manu. She now serves the function of taking the curse of all the evil in the world, giving it direction, and spilling it into the world.
参った。綺麗がいたら神の代行者とか言うんだろうな。
Looking up at Sakura, who has become endless magical energy, Rin unseals the jeweled sword. But is this something she can even fight? Weapons which support magecraft and mystic code, which support rituals, are broadly divided into two categories. Again, the whole mystic codes, which I forget if this was mentioned before in this game, but it's like the first I heard of it, it was like Fate Extra. I think they may have called it something else there. Oh no! In Fate Extra, they called it a formal dress. It was FGO where they were calling it Mystic Codes.
Yeah, they still call it Mystic Codes back in original Fate Stay Night, though.
I prefer Mystic Codes, to be honest. Formal dress just like gives the impression of clothing.
I mean, for the most part, it's what it turned into with the evolution of Mystic Codes. But yes, I do agree. I prefer Mystic Codes myself. It's the made craft better.
Yeah. The first type are amplifying functions. These are backup fuel sources that amplify or replenish a mage's magical energy or enhance their magecraft, aka the jewels that Tosaka uses. They are treated as orthodox support mystic codes, and any mage owns at least one. Rin's jewels fall into this category, like I said. The second type are limited functions. Special magical implements where the weapon is magecraft itself. They are powered by a mage's magical energy and enact a predefined mystic. Their greatest advantage is that a user can execute magecraft that they usually can't perform, as long as they have magical energy. Limited functions may not be versatile and restricted to a single purpose, but they have accordingly powerful effects. For example, a spear which always pierces the heart. A bridle which controls a divine beast. So basically they're starting to run through each of the noble phantasms of the servants.
Yep.
Or a dagger that cancels out all magical effects. Because that's Guybolg, Bellerophon, and Rule Breaker specifically.
Yep, Guybolg is actually made from an ancient Celtic beast, so yeah.
Most noble
That's why there's so many prototypes.
Most noble phantasms are classified as limited functions. And which type does Rin's jeweled sword fall into? Is it an amplifying function which grants the user magical energy, or a limited function which defeats the enemy with a unique ability? I'm going to go ahead and guess the latter, based on previous conversations. Still, no matter what it is, she doesn't feel like it'll work against Sakura. There is an overwhelming disparity in power. Sakura could probably blow away any magecraft without even trying.
どうしました姉さん、そんなに怯えて。今さら臆病風に吹かれたなんて言わないでくださいね。
What are you talking about? I'm not scared. Camera pans down, and her knees are shaking. I mean, no, that wouldn't be like a Rin thing.
言うじゃない。そういうあんたこそいつもそばにいる保護者はどうしたのよ。弱虫なんだからすぐ近くにいてもらわないと困るんじゃない？
The air freezes. The lukewarm vitality that fills the cave becomes tinged with the dark bloodlust. The dark girl bites her lip slightly and sighs.
おじいさまならもういません。邪魔でしたからアサシンと一緒に潰したんです。
She giggles and smiles elegantly. She didn't even need to ask. Sakura killed Zoken. Of course he wouldn't show up. In the very end, the old mage was eaten by his own pet dog.
なるほど。完全に自由になったわけね。良くも悪くも、造剣は今まであんたを縛っていた支配者だった。
Unfortunately, now she's working through. She's got a lot of trauma, and she hasn't had the therapy she needs to healthily deal with that trauma. So, no, she wants the whole fucking world to burn.
その抑圧を自分の手で始末して、もう怖いものはないってわけ。いいえ。それがまだなんですよ、姉さん。おじい様を消したぐらいじゃダメなんです。こんなに強くなって何だってできるようになったのに、私はまだ囚われている。もう姉さんなんて取るに足りない存在なのに、姉さんは私の中から消えてくれない。姉さんは私の中で今も懲りずに私をいじめ続けている。だからあなたがいる限り私は自由になんてなれません。
Her voice is light and sing-song, yet heavy and sticky. The contradiction proves that she's insane. In fact, the bloodlust filling the cavern is madness tinged with arrogance and awe.
その割にはご機嫌じゃない。造剣を殺してアサシンも殺して、その分じゃキレイもあんたに殺されたと見るべきね。あれだけ嫌がってたのに大した手際だわ。人殺しにはもう慣れたの？ええ。だって人を潰すのも飲み込むのも変わらないもの。人間は遊んでいないと毎日がつまらなくて意味がないし、飲まないと乾いて苦しいでしょ。ほら、だから同じ。姉さんと変わらない。私は当たり前のようにみんながしていることをするだけです。ちょっと今のへりくつ本気で言ってる？
I mean, she hasn't had much to point her in the opposite direction.
へりくつなんかじゃありません。私は間違ってない。違ったのは強くなったからです。強くなったから今までとはあり方が変わってしまっただけ。私は強くなりました。強くなれば何をしても許されるんじゃないんですか？そう、強くなれば誰にも負けなければ今までのことだって許される。私が私じゃなくなれば今までしてきたことも全部当たり前の仕方のないことだって言えるはずです。
Again, so I've been giving the voice actors praise this this entire run, and but like, geez, props to Sakura's voice actor on that, because she really sounds pained and hurt. She screams in rage. It's the sobbing whine of a child who has nothing else to believe in.
わかりましたか、姉さん。私はそういうものになるんです。だから誰だって殺せます。そんなの私にとっては当たり前のことなんだから。そうで、目につくものなら片っ端から八つ当たりするわけか。けどシロはどうなの？あいつは今でもあんたを助けられると信じてる。それでも関係なくあんたはあいつをやっちゃう気？
The girl's face twitches. Rin's question was the last barrier. Her ecstasy begins to recede. Hearing that boy is so near at hand, the girl manages to reel in her mind that she'd nearly let go of. Then she smiles gently.
それは先輩だって例外じゃないわ。私が殺してしまいたいのはあの人だけなんです、姉さん。私、はい、先輩も飲み込んでしまいたい。
Phrasing! I know they're doing this on purpose, but phrasing! Sakura's answer is too late, in every sense of the word. Rin grips the jeweled sword, calculating the distance to the enemy above her.
何がアンリ前と差し違えるよ。バカな子だと思ってたけど、ここまでバカとは思わなかったわ。完全に取り込まれて、とっくに人間やめてたのね。
The hostility is plain in Rin's voice. As the administrator of these lands, she has identified her sister as evil.
強がりですね。素直になってください、姉さん。こんな強い力を見せられて、本当は羨ましがってるんでしょ？嫉妬してるんでしょ？だからわざわざ叶わないって知りながら私を殺しに来たんです。そう、この子を私から取り上げて、また自分だけで幸せになる気なんだ。
Hi? A shadow rises. The cluster of magical energy, it's a cluster of magical energy unlike any before. A power of absorption rivaling a servant's noble phantasm. And not just one, and more rear up, one after another. And these things appeared in the, not only OC1, but also the CCC event in Grand Order.
これは私の力です。姉さんにあげるものは後悔と絶望だけ。それをゆっくりと教えてあげます。
Four shadows tower over them. They reach for the girl below, like giant protectors.
力の差を見せてあげますね、姉さん。今度は誰も助けに来ない。湖に落ちた虫みたいに、この私に溺れなさい。
A shadow giant approaches. Rin Tosaka is swallowed by a massive power that can't be dodged or blocked. Well, things are going from bad to worse. Two dark figures clash. One of them is Ryder, who dashes at supersonic speed, unleashing a dizzying flurry of attacks from the ground, the air, front and back, left and right. The other, the way her long hair trails behind her as she streaks back and forth resembles a shooting star. And yet, the shooting star is all too feeble. Ryder's target is the swordsman. Saber takes a firm, assured stance and intercepts Ryder's assault with overwhelming force. As it fails to budge her at all. Ryder leaps and strikes from unexpected and wild angles, but Saber just needs to turn and bat her daggers aside. Her opponents steadily break Ryder down. Her firmness and fierceness are like that of a black sun, a giant star that burns any whom approach it. Even if it can fly through the air, a shooting star that could blink out at any second could never overcome a sun. Ryder CG without the mask! I've never seen this one! I mean, for a while now, this route has been blind for me, but yeah. Another of Ryder's ambushes fails, and her strength is shaved away. She boasts superhuman speed, but she's being forced to back. But she's being forced back by Saber's counterattacks. In the blink of an eye, she retreats and charges like a dark firework. But she's only barely evading the mortal. But she's only barely evading mortal injury. The difference in strength is clear. Ryder's speed drops with each assault. High-speed movement and rapid attack attacks too fast for the eye to follow. Any of Saber's injuries are automatically healed. The conclusion seems foregone. It takes every last drop of Ryder's energy to suppress Saber. Ryder keeps attacking while Saber stops her with attacks of her own. Ryder knows that she had the boy she called. Ryder knows that she and the boy she calls Master will be killed instantly if Saber goes on the offensive. So she keeps running, knowing that she's going to burn out soon. Her strength is sapped with each passing second. Ryder said that she could hold out for 2 minutes. It has already been 10 minutes since she passed that point. Her legs are starting to clap from within under the supreme strain. Meanwhile, Saber is completely unharmed. All of Ryder's attacks have failed to reach Saber, while Saber remains firmly planted, knowing no sign of fatigue. Skill, strength, magical energy. Saber had the overwhelming advantage in all three. So the instant Ryder loses her only edge, her speed, Saber will most likely move. Ryder's mobility steadily declines. It's only a matter of time before Saber catches her. She'll be forced to catch her breath after a few more seconds, probably once the next attack is repelled. Once Ryder loses her physical and magical energy and can't operate at full output anymore, Saber will cut her in two. But they predicted the situation. Before setting out for the cave, Ryder and the boy both knew that the battle would run this way. She knows that this is a losing tactic. There is only one way to avert her death. They wait for the opportunity with bated breath. Ryder attacks Saber. At the same time, I loosen the binding on my left arm, and I begin projecting. I'm fading away. I'm loosening the holy shroud around Archer's left arm. Search. I'm being blown away. The wind is powerful. I'm beginning to fail to understand anything I see, making me want to cry. I release my right hand, put the shroud back on. I can't take this for even a second. I'll lose it. I'll lose what's precious to me. Search, select. No, in this movement, every part of my body is dead. Ryder is fighting for her life. She isn't whining. I too need to do what I can. I can fight. I can't lose focus for even a second. Ryder will decide the timing. I need to free my left arm in advance so I can be ready. Select, analyze. But it hurts. It hurts. I'm scared. Hurry, Art. Yeah, right. I disappear. I just lose something important. I can't remember what I lose. I just know that there was something I kept close, and I'll never remember again. Reserve, 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 reserve. Something rips. My right lung is torn from the inside. Still not yet? My mind won't last. Ryder's desperate too. We won't lose. Look directly at Ryder with your heart and soul. She left after her life in your hands. Ryder has her battle. Ryder has her battle to fight, and I'll fight my way. Ryder stops moving. She's on her knees in front of Saber. Maybe she's too weak to retreat. Saber's sword streaks through the air. Ryder's going to die. I think this is, I believe this is also a bad end thing. Yeah, and it's also one that, and it's also one that'll, it's also one that determines whether or not we get the true ending. I do have the good ending. I mean, I have done all the requirements to get the good. I do have all the requirements to get the good ending, in which you need Ilya and Sakura's points at a certain level. But you can screw all that up right here by making a choice. So I will actually make a third save, which will be the good end save. So we clash with Saber, we die. We use projection, and we pull up a flag again, head to the normal ending, and if we wait for the chance, and that if we wait for the chance, we completely avoid the normal ending because we don't trigger that flag and go straight to the good ending. We're going for the normal ending first. I surpassed my limits. I'm going to project a weapon to stop Saber while maintaining the projection I made for Ryder. I lose my calm. My thoughts go white-hot and exceed the speed of light. The objective and subjective are stripped away. Unknown knowledge dominates me. Project heavy weapon. I endlessly reduce, endlessly expand, endlessly grow. Fantasy becomes chaos with laws. That which came from nothingness to no longer come from nothingness. No longer comes from nothingness. And many similarities arise through its expansion.
I am the bone of my soul.
my bones twist and pierce. I instantly project the sword and read it.
あとボルグ
I don't need to aim. I've already imagined it striking home, so this arrow will absolutely hit Saber. That something is broken. I view the result of my destroyed left eye. Ryder has retreated from Saber. Saber repelled my loose spiral sword and plants her feet in instead of pursuing Ryder. My 2 seconds have passed. Only 2 seconds have passed. But it's more than enough time for Ryder. 50 meters separate them. Seeing the distance between them, Saber instantly divines Ryder's intent. She only has one way to counter it. She'll answer Ryder's ultimate attack with her own. There's a torrent of dark light. The wind coils around on Saber's sword. The wind coils, and Saber's sword glows red hot. Looks more black to me, but okay. The comet will likely attack in 1 second. She deploys her strongest noble phantasm to cleave through Ryder's pure white light. Ryder shifts her posture. The summoning circle is complete. A giant red eyeball now appears in front of her. Saber shifts her blade sideways. Starlight coalesces and rotates. It's achieving criticality. The black sun grabs the flare in both hands. That flare in both hands. Ryder chants its true name. She's instantly enveloped in white. Saber unveils its true name. Her sword blazes into black fire. Two rays of light flood the chamber, straggling for dominance. Time stops for an instant. Shiramiya accelerates her inner world, Jesus, disguising a moment of as eternity. Search, select, analyze, project. That is my role. This is my second projection. Magecraft which erodes my body. But I can't defeat Saber without it. Ryder can't overcome Saber's noble phantasm, not even with Bellerophon. We both know that. So I'll help her win. If Ryder's noble phantasm lacks destructive power, I just need to make up for it.
I am the bone of my sword.
My body is made of swords. I've decided what I'll use. I'll complete the projection in an instant. I'll make Ryder win using the greatest defense Archer knows. Yep. That makes sense. And it's the shield that he used against Lancer in Unlimited Blade Works. I intone its true name and turn it into reality. I thrust out my left arm and it shakes. The nerves, muscles, and blood vessels are going haywire. It feels like it could snap at any second, and I desperately stabilize it with my right hand. Endure it. I can't stop the projection yet. The two pillars of light are still pushing against each other. If I lose Zaius' protection here, Ryder will be vaporized. My flailing left arm and the left shoulder fire bullets into my body. Uncontrollable magical energy rips around and inside my body, like someone going wild with a rubber eraser, scrubbing Shiromiya's insides blank. I howl. I scream to drive off the pain and terror of losing myself. Raw magical power clashes, and I completely upset the rivalry between the two powers. Four petals shatter the black light, scatter the black light, flooding the cavern and in blinding radiance. The servants are sent flying apart. Ryder slams into a wall unprotected with the same speed as her charge. Saber is blown away by Bellerophon's light and falls to the ground and on her back. My girl! They're both still alive. Ryder's down, unable to stand. She might be out of magical energy. Meanwhile, Saber is on the verge of defeat. She still had, but she still has strength to spare. We just barely had Saber out in the Battle of Noble Phantasms. 90% of Bellerophon's light was canceled out by Saber's sacred sword. I run. I run without even knowing what I'm supposed to do. As I run, I unsheath the Azoth blade. I rush to her. I rush to Saber and lean over her helpless body. Did she hit her head? Saber gazes up at me absently. I wonder what I look like in her eyes. I straddle her, raising the dagger, and look down at Saber. Saber's regeneration is nothing to trifle with. She'll recover soon unless I finish her off. Unless I kill Saber, who's wounded and can't even stand or fight back. She'll kill us. My faded mind feels terribly clear. Is she conscious again? Saber's cold eyes stare up at her death. I don't know what with this one is particularly. Wait, I thought I made a third thing. I must have saved over by mistake. I'm gonna make a new save. Do I need to make a second? Is this a bad end? Yes, this one leads to a bad end. This one has a bad end trigger, so I do need a second save.
Yes, it has a bad end trigger. I could tell you which one to pick, but that would be no fun.
Well, I'm using a guide so I don't get bad ends during the stream. I do the bad ends separately with a friend.
Yeah.
I break my arm down.
Yep.
I don't hesitate. I stare into Saber's eyes and answer her gaze by bringing my heavy arms down. She doesn't resist. I end her life with the precise strike. I had memories with her. Even now, I felt the warmth of life from her. Her warmth was always right next to me. I can never forget it. I kill her along with those memories. I gouge out my memories and throw them into a place I can't reach. They'll never come back. I'll never remember her again. I'll never be forgiven for this. I chose this path. I killed others to save Sakura. I killed a girl close to me who protected me until the very end with my own hands. I'm not allowed to regret or repent. This is what it means to choose to be someone's ally. To protect my ego, to protect the one I love, I'm going to keep robbing others of their precious things. Beyond that, I'll never find anything brilliant enough to make up for what was lost.
Saber.
For the rest of my life, I'll keep searching for happiness that can make up for what was lost. I can already see what my debt. That my debts will keep piling up until one day I can no longer move. Yet, pathetic, absurd, and worthless though it may be, I'll take responsibility for what I stole. I don't know where to find happiness. Still, I swear never to give up, even if there's no end to my quest. My dagger stops meeting resistance. The black swordsman silently stares up at me and sinks into the black shadow. Elude 16-3. I was gonna make a the Zuko that's rough buddy joke there, but I thought it would be inappropriate. A black wave surges. It encircles her with both arms so as not to let its tiny prey escape. And the wave comes crashing down. Holy shit, dude! No wonder this thing's a 60% starting gauge in FGO.
Yeah.
But the golden flash of light does not permit its existence. Fixed down already.
Also,
yeah?
I was gonna say, do you remember what your guess was for what the jeweled sword, which type of Mystico the jeweled sword is?
Sorry?
Remember when it mentioned the sword and Rin didn't give the answer for the mystic sword between one and the two? Do you remember which one you picked?
No, I didn't. I don't. That was a while back.
Okay. Okay, well, you're about to get your answer.
The black-blooded curses keep seething towards Rin, and she cuts each of them down with a single stroke. Sakura, the Shadow's master, is shocked. Her astonishment is reasonable. Each of the black giants can rival a servant's noble phantasm. Even a single one should be an inescapable avatar of death to Rin. and she destroyed 6. On top of that, she advances steadily up the slope as she disintegrates each one. She erases the 7th shadow with the flick of the blade.
やつ満員しちゃって二部ずつしつこいけべえつばい変だ
It's a rainbow sword. We're still in Pride Month, everyone. The jeweled sword releases light. The previous colorless blade now bedazzles with colors of the rainbow, supplying her with extraordinary magical energy from its core.
レストフライ配列あるべ
That's cool. That is badass.
Yeah, it is.
And
That sword
illuminates.
is stupidly overpowered.
Yeah, yeah. And then illuminates the cavern in blinding gold.
Let me know when there's a spot where it's not talking.
It's not what?
Where there's not dialogue.
Ah.
Like for a split second.
Rin sweeps away the shadows, offensive, and arrives at the top of the cliff. Sakura is in front of her. The dark girl stares at her sister, aghast.
そんなはず
Countless shadows rise in concert with her whispers. Their quantity is incomparable to before. Is Sakura panicking, or has the thing behind her sense that she's in danger? The amount of magical energy brought to bear against a single human, Rin Tosaka, exceeds 1 million units as if it were to be quantified.
また大盤振る舞いね教会の人間がいたらそっとするわよ それだけの貯蔵量があれば向こう100年は一部門を永続できるってねそれを切り伏せる姉さんは何ですか私が引き出せる魔力は姉さんの何千倍です姉さんには一人だって私を消す魔力なんてないのにどうして
Well, here's your explanation. I see that.
Yeah, well, no matter how strong they are, if you hit them with a fatal weakness, something that perfectly counters them, it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah. What I mean is, the two types that were mentioned before, augmentation and the other one that's basically meant for attacking.
Oh yeah, that's what you meant. I thought you meant a choice I made earlier in the game.
No, which guess you decided? I couldn't remember the other one that wasn't augmentation. But do you remember what each one does?
The one that's like made for a specific purpose.
Yep, that would be an attacking one. But augmentation is like supplying magical energy. What is this one doing?
どうしても何も純粋な力勝負をしてるだけよ
Also, this is a craft essence in FGO 3-star.
Yep. And I believe it's like one of the best 3-star craft essences in the game.
I mean, I would imagine so, considering it's made by Zelrich.
Yep.
For itself.
私は呪いの解除なんてでき
Even
ない
just rejection
単
of
に
it is
影を
like
作り上げているあな
stupid
た
strong.
の
Not
魔
even the
力
original,
を私の魔力で
Yep.
just Kira's projection.
Yeah,
そんなの見てわからない
that's also the thing. This is the inferior version.
Yep.
This is the one that's not as strong.
Yeah. I'm assuming you already know the answer to what type of mystic code this is now, though.
I can venture a guess. I'm thinking it's something that I'm thinking it's like a dispel or something like that.
It still falls into the categories, so technically your guess is wrong. You'll find out within the next couple minutes. So I'll say your guess is wrong, but I won't give you any more than that.
さっきから何度も放っている光はまるで姉さんにはそれだけの魔力はない。いいえ、さっきから何度も放っている光はまるで
The strongest servant. She stops herself from saying that it's almost exactly Saber's Excalibur. Wait, it's a fake Excalibur?
Nope. Remember, the sword was made by Zalrich.
Huh? ちょっと、そんなこともわからないの？あなた今まで何を習ってきたのよ、さくら。バカにしないで。だってそうでなくっちゃ説明が。説明も何もない。これはセイバーの宝剣のコピーでもないし、影殺しの魔剣でもない。これはね、さくら、遠坂に伝わる宝石剣でゼルレッジっていうの。ゼルレッジ？あ、切れた。ゼルレッジの名前も知らないのね。
I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Zoken was a piss poor teacher.
なんか説明するのもバカらしくなってきたけど。
Very true.
まあ、要するにあなたの天敵よ。今のあなたは魂を永久期間にして魔力を生み出す第三魔法の出来損ない。そして私は無限に連なる平行世界を旅するじいさんの模造品、第二魔法のコピーキャットってこと。
Yep.
Travel the infinite into infinite parallel worlds. So she's like traveling. She's traveling.
She's basically using the second magic that Zelrich owns in sword form.
So
Zelrich's magic, the second magic falls under the category of parallel world management.
So basically, she's traveling. She's traveling to alternate worlds. Where she succeeds in her attack is what I'm getting.
No, they explain it a bit further, but I wanted to give you the brief about how Zelrich's second magic is basically management of parallel worlds. You'll see.
The jewel sword flashes. It releases light along its arc, erasing the shadows, protecting Sakura. Oh, is the thing that it slashes sending them to another world?
No.
Not only that, but the mini Excalibur scores the wall with its light, scours the walls with its light and heat, sending tremor through the cavern. It really is just a brutish clash of magical energy. What magecraft? No, what magic is she using? Right now, Rin clearly has a stockpile that can compete with Sakura's magical energy.
Two key words right there, magical energy.
Sorry, what was that?
2 key words right there: magical energy, and it's blasting shit.
Oh, it's hitting them with pure magical energy. I'm guessing from the space
Yes,
around them.
Part of it. Hitting them with pure magical energy is part of it. That's part of what the sword does. Hitting them with it, yes. But how is magical energy coming around?
Oh, it's drawing it from other worlds, isn't it?
Correct.
And I'm guessing in this case directly from the root.
No, it's actually drawing it. If you remember Management of Parallel Worlds, it's drawing it from parallel worlds versions of Rin.
Ah.
An infinite number of parallel worlds worth of magical energy to use to attack. That is the Jewel Sword of Zelda.
Jeez.
So to answer the previous question I asked you, it is both types.
Ah, I see.
Because it's refueling her magic, it's refueling her magic energy, hence the augmentation, while being designed for a single purpose of shooting that magic energy.
It's drawing in magical energy from alternate worlds to amplify her own and shoot it out.
Yeah, except it keeps refilling her magic energy while it does that. So it's both an augmentation and battle type Mystica.
荒領事だけど、まあ授業料って思って諦めるのね。ちょっと強くなったからってわがまま放題したこと後悔させてあげるから。まだです。エス・ベフィールド、マインハーテム、シュリーストアリス。エーステ、スバイテ、ラントフレアシュビンデン。
Sakura can't comprehend what's unfolding before her. She just keeps sending out her shadows in fear. The Sword of Light mercilessly blasts them all away. She's afraid and confused, so she doesn't notice the sweat on Rin's face. Each time she swings the blade, her arm muscles are severed. It's the price for using the jeweled sword. Yeah, I imagine that much power must take a toll on you.
Well, yeah. The only reason Zelrich can do it is because he's a true ancestor. He got turned into a true ancestor by Archway, so he's immortal and a vampire.
Light erases the attacking shadows, but their powers are not evenly matched. The difference in Rin Tosaka and Sakura Mato's combat strength has not changed. Sakura's magical energy capacity is in the billions or even trillions. It could not even be exhausted in a whole generation. So it can be called bottomless. I mean, not a bad analogy, actually.
Skilly. She just told Sakura Skilly,
瞬間
dude.
放出量は1000弱
She told.
Literally.
I didn't realize that until you said it, but she totally did.
Skilly, she Sakura.
ならどんなに貯蔵があっても一度に放出できる魔力は私とさして変わらない。だから私が用意するのはあんたと同じ貯蔵量じゃなく毎回1000程度の魔力でいい。そんなバカみたいに肥大した魔力なんて持っていても宝の持ち腐れよ。
She swings a ray of light. 1,000 shadows that indeed are opposed by 1,000 rays of light. That can indeed be opposed by 1,000 rays of light, but Rin's magical energy numbers less than 100. It's a contradiction. Obviously, she can only compete on this impossible level thanks to the power of her sword. With each attack, she throws out 1,000 units of energy, and the Sword of Light replenishes it. It doesn't amplify her own power. All she's doing is pulling in the mana that fills the cave and feeding it into the jeweled sword. Odd is the magical energy that an individual mage possesses, while mana is the natural magical energy in the atmosphere. It goes without saying which is greater. Rin, whose odd is inferior to Sakura's at the moment, can only rely on atmospheric mana. And yes, the mana in the cave does reach 1,000 units. She could use mana to destroy the shadow giants once, but she wouldn't be able to keep it up. Atmospheric mana is limited. Once mana is exhausted, it takes a very long time to recover, just like a human's odd. In this world, in this cave, Rin can resist Sakura's attack only once. But what if there was another cave? Then she could bring back. Then she could fight back one more time. But what if you can make all those what ifs a reality? Parallel worlds. What if you could open a way to a mirror image of this exact same place and pull mana from another cavern that hasn't been exhausted?
So, よそから魔力を引っ張ってるのはあんただけじゃない。けど勘違いしないでよね。私のはそんな無駄に増えたものじゃない。私はあくまで並行して存在するここから魔力を拝借してるだけ。合わせ鏡に映った無限の平行世界から毎回1000ずつ魔力を集めて力任せに切り払ってるのよ。
The girl holding the enormous magical stockpile known as the Greater Grail gasps.
そんなデタラメ。わかったさくら。そっちが無尽蔵ならこっちは無制限ってこと。
Yeah, second magic is kind of busted. True magic in general is busted, to be fair.
I mean, and it has to be busted if it's something that mages are striving for.
Yeah.
Like again, to remind everyone, magecraft isn't true magic.
No. Oh. Yeah, so this is one point I do want to interject. The reason I brought up Zelrich's being the second magic being management and interference of parallel worlds was because of this. He can actually interfere with them as well. That's where the jeweled sword, like drawing it, comes. The interference part comes in, drawing it from parallel worlds. But it is an infinite amount. But of course, Rin has to pay a pretty heavy price on her body for that.
Yep.
Because she is not an immortal vampire like Zelrich is.
It's basically in a way similar to when Shiro takes off the Holy Shroud.
Kind of, except she doesn't have the... She has backlash, but it's not as bad as Shiro's unless she's using it like she is now. It wouldn't be as bad if she had limited its uses. But because of how Sakura is currently, she kind of can't limit the uses.
Yeah. The jeweled sword Zelrect. I can read, I promise. It is a miracle that connects.
But Zelrect sounds about right now.
It is a miracle that connects the parallel worlds, which are believed to be infinite. I'm just saying it like it would sound in German because it sounds like a German word.
Yeah, he is. He's German.
Look, granted, I'm not completely in the know of how German sounds. I only know because there's similarities to a language in my country. That's the only power. That's the only power the sword has. It is a mystic code that creates the slightest opening, too narrow for a man to pass through, to peer into a neighboring world with different possibilities. It does not have the power to amplify magical energy, nor create 1,000 units of magical energy with each swing. But it's enough. Once the mana in this world's cave is exhausted, she can just pull unused energy from a neighboring world's cavern. And once it's used up, she moves on to the next. And the next.
This is why... This is kind of a point of debate on which the Zelrich sword is, just because technically they say it's not an augment type because it has a singular purpose, and it's not amplifying anything, but it is just constantly giving her the ability to shoot the magic energy from other parallel worlds. So it's technically refilling the mana in the atmosphere. So I classify it personally as a dual type. But that's kind of like up for debate depending on who you speak to and who says what.
Yeah, that's fair enough. There are endless parallel worlds, infinite mirrored possibilities, ergo infinite. It doesn't matter that Rinto's maximum energy capacity is 1,000. A bottomless stockpile versus as an infinite supply. And we got the thing on Zelrect.
Yep.
A limited function magic code with the power of the second magic. The jeweled sword cannot open portals into parallel worlds, but it allows the user to peer between worlds and even transfer atmospheric data between both sides. It was named jeweled because it looks like a kaleidoscope from all sides. And it goes without saying, but why kaleidoscope is one of Zelrech's nicknames.
Yep.
Hence the name of the. Sorry?
Yeah, it's not even. I was gonna say it's not even stated that it's an actual like either or mystic code in the weapon itself. So that's why it's kind of up for debate. The story text says technically it's not an augment type, but Natsu kind of leaves stuff like that vague a lot. Especially for something like this, where it's like, yeah, interpret it how you want. Let's have a discussion about it type thing.
Since their magic circuits perform on an equal level, they stand on equal ground. The underground tremors occur for the umpteenth time. Rin's jeweled sword isn't just destroying the shadows. The excess firepower is slowly collapsing the cave. If it comes down, this altar, this greater grail, won't be unscathed. Continuing this vein of battle would mean failure for Sakura. Even if Rin were to attack until her physical strength failed her, the cave would collapse after. The shadows stop. Has she finally understood her enemy? With heaving shoulders and ragged breath, Sakura glares at her sister, who stands there calmly.
何度やっても同じよ、さくら。あなたが手に入れた力なんてその程度。舞い上がってた頭もこれで少しは冷えたでしょ。ふざけないで。そんなの不公平です、姉さん。姉さんばっかり。どうして？
The attack and defense continues. Sakura screams, knowing it's pointless, as the comprehension wringing her neck. Such a long time. She screams with resentment toward her only blood relative that has built up over a long time.
そうです。私は姉さんが羨ましかった。遠坂の家に残っていつも輝いていて苦労なんて一つも知らずに育った遠坂凛が憎らしかった。だから勝ちたかった。一度くらい一度でいいから姉さんにすごいって褒めてほしかったのに。なのにどうしてそんなことも許してくれないんですか。
The older sister destroys the encroaching shadows. She grits her teeth, getting a glimpse of her younger sister's heart.
どうしてですか。私は違ったのに。同じ姉妹で同じ家に生まれたのに私には何もなかった。あんな暗い虫蔵に押し込まれて毎日毎日おもちゃみたいに扱われてた。人間らしい暮らしも優しい言葉もかけられたことはなかった。
Her hatred. It isn't directed towards herself.
死にかけたことなんて毎日だった。死にたくなって鏡を見るのなんて毎日だった。でも死ぬのは怖くて一人で消えるなんて嫌だった。だって私にはお姉さんがいるって聞かされてた。私は遠坂の子だからお姉さんが助けに来てくれるんだってずっと信じていたのに。なのに姉さんは来てくれなかった。私のことなんて知らずにいつも綺麗なまま笑ってた。惨めな私のことなんて気にせず遠坂の家で幸せに暮らしていた。
I got a feeling it's a lot more complicated than that.
どうしてですか。同じ姉妹なのに同じ人間なのにどうして姉さんだけそんなに笑っていられるんです。
She didn't, though. I mean, Rin obviously hadn't had it hasn't had as much trauma as Sakura inflicted on her, but her life wasn't all roses either. She was also putting up a front because because like for 10 years she's been alone without her father. She's basically had to raise herself, and the only other person she could rely on was Kirei, and we all know his deal.
He doesn't give a shit.
Her hatred isn't directed at her sister. It's a plea with nowhere to go, directed at the world and herself.
人間をやめたですって当然です。私はもうずっと前から人間扱いされてこなかった。目も髪も姉さんとは変わっていって、細胞の隅々までマキリの魔術師になるよう変えられた。11年11年です姉さん。マキリの教えは鍛錬なんてものじゃなかった。あの人たちは私の頭の良さなんて期待してなかった。体に直接刻んで、ただ魔術を使うだけの道具に仕立て上げた。苦痛を与えれば与えるほどいい道具になるって笑うんです。そのうち食事にも毒を盛られて、ご飯を食べることは怖くて痛いことでしかなくなった。虫小屋に放り込まれれば、ただ息を吸うことさえおじい様の許しが必要だった。
She's crying. Ren cuts away the shadow clinging to the shadows clinging to the crying girl.
どうかしてますよね。手も痛くて痛くて、やめてくださいって懇願すればするほど。だから姉さんみたいに頭も良くない。何でもできるわけじゃない。私にできることは、こうやって自分の痛みをぶつけることだけです。
I accidentally skipped over that one.
どうかしてますよね。手も痛くて痛くて、やめてくださいって懇願すればするほど、あの人たちは私に手を加えていった。
Yeah, and by now I've already stressed what the things done to her, included.
Yeah, but sadly this is where I'm gonna have to hop out of stream because I've got some stuff to do before I have to visit someone.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Dragonking.
Thank you for inviting me. It was fun to having the discussions and trying not to spill anything. I'm glad we got a few laughs in though.
Before you go, you got you want to plug anything?
Yeah, I can. So I actually did get a rebrand, and it is a complete overhaul. I did used to stream, but then work got busy and everything. But with the move, and with me moving, my computer and stuff will be shipped separately. The rest of my stuff is kind of already packed up and like on the way to where I'm going. But I will be revealing that rebrand, excuse me, along with everything else to go with it. The name's going to be the same, but it's a complete upgrade to my stream, and it's more personalized for, how can I put it, the games that meant a lot to me growing up. So you'll just kind of have to see. But with that, after the move, I'll actually have the time to stream and everything. So you can catch me at twitch.tv/Dragonking890. It'll still be the same after the rebrand. I am also on Twitter or X under the same handle at Dragonking890. And I do have a Discord that's gonna be closed for now, but it will be built up after I get the stream started. But a little teaser is, yes, I will be on Facecam. I'm not a VTuber myself, but the rebrand is definitely personal and done by an amazing group called Get Wrecked Labs. Ours was worth it. If you've ever heard of Get Wrecked Labs, you'll know. They do amazing work. They are, for the most part, UK based. I personally know a bunch of people there. And the owner of it is amazing guy. So look forward to it because all of my scenes were done on Unreal Engine.
I just gave you a shout out in the chat, and I also gave you a follow too.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'm actually working to do a bit of a rebrand myself. Like just for now, a rework of my main models and like an expansion and one thing that includes an expansion of my lore. I won't divulge it here. But it's something I brought up in my Discord some time ago. Once I start actually getting around to doing the rework on my model, I will post them on the Discord. And you're welcome.
It's gonna be expensive as well.
Oh no, I make all my my models myself. I use VTube Studio.
I am not an artist, so that is out of my wheelhouse, but nice.
You are welcome to stay in the Discord and be a part of the community. If you feel if you want to leave though, that's fine too. But I would appreciate you staying.
Yeah, I'll stay in the Discord. If you ever want me on something like this again, for now it's gonna have to be after the 9th of July for the next time I can do something like this.
That's fair.
That will be, I am flying into where I'm going to be staying the 9th of July, and there will be a shit ton to do that day and for the couple days after. But for that week I'll pretty much be out and about. But like after, let me see. I'd say probably the Monday, as long as there aren't any appointments, Monday the 14th of July. If you ever starting then, I'll have a lot of free time because I'll also be able to catch up on like games that I have backlogged, including this one.
This is worth playing. And I know you said you weren't keen on the removal of the hentai scenes. And
that's just personal preference because it feels like they cut some stuff out from it. It feels like it's missing something because I did play the original, so
I do get what you mean.
Like,
and again, myself, I'm fine with them. But what makes it funny is how they don't change the scenes around it. Like you still have them acting like they had sex even when they didn't.
Yeah, and that's kind of like where I have the problem. It's a bit of context issue, but that's just my brain being my brain.
No, at least with this route, it still kind of makes sense. Although they unintentionally gave Shiro a vampirism fetish.
That happened in the original as well. That happened in the movies. That happened in the movie as well.
Oh, really? I
With
thought the movies actually had sex scenes.
Not explicit, but you do see the morning after type thing and the night before.
So it's
but you do also get the scene where it's basically him in the dream sequence with Ryder.
Yeah.
And the vampirism fetish. So yeah, that is actually also in the movies as well as the original game.
Also, I gotta state: have you seen the CG? Have you seen the CG they replaced with that for?
I have not. I will actually look forward to it when I get to playing it around. But I've got.
I'll show you. I'll show you at the next opportunity because it's like it's a little something it's a little something that I find funny.
That's fair. I've got this. I've got Face Samurai Remnant to catch up on. I've got Tsukihime's remake from Japan to catch up on, the original remake from Japan. I've got that to do. I've got Mahoskai no Yoro. I've got so much to catch up on.
Yeah, and I can't wait when for the Hollow Autoroxia to come out, because I'll be I do know some things about it, but otherwise I'll be going into that one completely blind.
I'm gonna say I'll be more disappointed with the Hollow Ataraxia remake, specifically due to the removal of H scenes. There are a lot more to remove in Hollow Ataraxia.
I mean,
if I remember right. Yeah.
Yeah, because Hollow Autoroxia has like 5 routes, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's more the amount of them per route.
Hey, Abso, welcome to the stream. How was your day?
Yeah,
all right, so I won't keep you anymore. Again, thanks for joining, and we'll see if we can do this again sometime.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Bye.
A wounded soul, a body beyond saving, and that's...
けど、それって私のせいですか？私をこういう風にしたのはおじいさまで、マトウに売り渡したお父さんで、助けに来てくれなかった姉さんじゃない。私だって好きでこんな化け物になったんじゃない。みんなが私を追い詰めるからこうなるしかなかったのに。
Alright, King, thanks for the lurk. Yeah, monsters aren't born, they're made. We make the monsters we fear. And that's...
だからどうしたっていうの？それ。
And that's supposed to be sad? She doesn't have an ounce of pity for her sister.
そういうこともあるでしょう。泣き言を言ったところで何が変わるわけでもないし、化け物になったのならそれはそれでいいんじゃない？だって今は痛くないんでしょ、あんた。
Ren, you don't just toss aside someone's trauma. Ruthless cold acceptance. I mean, she can't help that. She hasn't been taught any better about dealing with trauma, anyone else's or her own. But still, the girl's screams were excessive, but they only sought warmth. And Rin rejected it all. She affirmed the monster. It only happened because you're weak. Her perpetually perfect sister doesn't sugarcoat the words at all.
姉さんがそんなだから。
Shadows boil up. Driven back by their sister and denied even a proper fight, the girl materializes more curses in her despair.
じゃあ私からも一つだけ言っておくわ。私、苦しいと思ったことは一度もなかった。大抵のことはさらっと受け流せてたし、どんなことだってうまくこなせた。
Yeah, but Rin, you're failing to take into consideration you're not a very well-adjusted human being either.
だからあんたみたいに追い込まれることもなかったし、追い込まれる人間の悩みなんて興味なかった。
Hold on a bit. I think I'm being called. For supper, so I'm going to take. I'm going to take a food break, and we're still going to continue until we reach the end. Either, and depending on how much time we have left, we might do the good end. Give me a bit, guys. All right, I'm back, and I was gone for about 14 minutes. Not gonna mean much, since no matter what we're finishing this game, even if we don't get the good ending today. I should have actually saved there.
し、あんまり他人の痛みがわからないの。だから正直に言えば、さくらがどんな辛い思いをしてどんなにひどい日々を送ってきたかはわからない。悪いけど理解しようとも思わないわ。
A concise rebuttal. She doesn't lie. She only tells her aggrieved sister the truth.
けどさくら、そんな無神経な人間でもね、私は自分が恵まれているなんて一度も思えたことはなかったけど。
She says it straight. She puts all her feelings into her reply. Sakura can't understand. What did just say? Even I never lived a blessed life? Hatred makes her red. After all this time, then those all too convenient words only sound like mockery. Shut up. She's going to twist apart. She's going to break. You never even looked at me. You were so brilliant, blessed with talent and fortune. Shut up. You don't care about me at all. I've never had a single thing I wanted, but you just keep on insisting on how clean you are. Shut up, Ne-san.
そんな言葉聞きたくない。そんな言い訳なんて聞かない。私は
need you anymore. The girl shouts to deny her own darkness. That was Rin's last act of resistance. She's been determined to hold out as long as possible. She waited for Shiro and Mia until the last possible moment, but she can't go on any longer. No. It was always a mistake to entrust her personal problems to Shiro. That was Rin Tosaka's weakness for Sakuramoto.
Sakura.
She calls her sister's name in a casual manner, like saying good morning. And in that moment, Rin Tosaka decides the outcome of the battle.
Sakura.
She calls her name and throws it. It's her greatest weapon. She tosses the magician's irreplaceable relic like she's playing catch.
フェルトエンデ。
The cavern is flooded with light. It explodes. The jeweled sword embodying miracles that humans cannot achieve crumbles, erasing all shadow. And then she runs. Rin makes a beeline for Sakura. Sakura freezes, cowering from the light. She may have acquired great power, but she's still an amateur with zero combat experience. If Rin wanted, it would be a simple matter to defeat her. She easily closes the gap. While running, she grips another knife if she was hiding behind her back. Sakura can't react. She might have realized she's about to die, but it's far too late. Rin's got her. It's over, she thinks, and she thrusts the knife.
ダメだこれ。
And she realizes her own defeat. I'm dead. She realizes that it's too late to dodge, and the knife is going to stab her in the heart. She'll try to counterattack, but it won't stop in time.
殺されるんだ。
She doesn't feel fear. She's used to people hurting her. It feels terribly natural that Rin Tosaka is the one to do it. But Sakura closes her eyes. She doesn't like pain, and she's afraid of dying. She was relieved to know that if she disappears here, at least she won't suffer as much. But it doesn't hurt, and the end doesn't come. Instead, she feels something very warm. The moment Sakura notices where it's coming from, her blinded vision returns. Someone's bleeding. Warm human blood is trickling from her stomach. Blood which can never be returned and is flowing from her sister, who's hugging her tightly and seems like she's about to collapse.
さ
Why? Why? The girl asks. Rin was clearly faster. Sakura was clearly about to be killed, but at the very end, the knife never stabbed her.
ああ。シローのことは言えないな、私も。
She murmurs absently. The girl always yearned for this. It's the voice of the sarcastic and merciless, but warm and kind Rin Tosaka. Rin thinks there really wasn't much to it. In the last moment, she just felt that this was the best thing to do. When she saw Sakura up close, she felt like, I can't kill Sakura, huh?
バカだ、私。
She's amazed at herself. She really does have a knack for screwing up at the worst possible times. To have realized such a thing at the last possible moment. Realize it sooner, you idiot. But well, it is what it is. Rin decides to accept it.
でもしょうがないわよね。私、 だらしのないやつを見てるとほっとけないしさ。きちんとした仕組みが大好きだから、頑張ってるやつには頑張った分だけ報酬がないと我慢ならないし。
But most of
さ
all,
くらのことが好きだし、いつも見ていたし、いつも笑っていてほしかったし。私が辛ければ辛いほど、あんたは楽できてるんだって信じたかった。それだけで苦しいなんて思う暇すらなかったんだから。
she hugs Sakura lovingly. It's the embrace of a lifetime between sisters. She gently hugs the sister who just ran her through the stomach, as if discovering a long-sought treasure. Warmth leaves her body. She doesn't complain. Ren doesn't regret her death, only that she couldn't save her little sister.
ごめんね、こういう勝手な姉貴で。それとありがとう。そのリボンずっとつけていてくれて嬉しかった。
Then she collapses on the altar, like a falling red flower. Her weight is gone. In that moment, her sister disappears, along with the with that mirage-like warmth.
けどね、さくら、そんな無神経な人間でもね、私は自分が恵まれているなんて一度も。
How much loneliness was beyond those words? The girl's suffering was her own. No one else could stand it. Or release her from it. That hypocrisy was impossible. In the same sense, what if the sister she'd always looked up to and believed in was going through loneliness that nobody else could understand? What if that were true? She was her ideal, who had everything she ever wanted and was always full of confidence. What if her sister was always chained by something too?
私
Then it would mean that the world wasn't weak and bad. She was the only cowardly one for not looking up. And there were people who awkwardly tried to love her.
なのに私が壊しちゃった。
Where did I go wrong? Everywhere. I wanted it so badly, but it was right in front of me all along. She hugged me so softly and thought so much about me. And I smashed it all to pieces with my own hands. Her hands are frozen. She couldn't even return the hug. Stained in blood of the sister who loved her, she furiously curses herself. I hear a sound. Slight tremors shake the cave. I can only hear the light and sound from afar, but the cave is creaking and shaking. Oh, what? Hold on a sec. Yeah, I'm thinking we might not be able to get to the good end. So I probably have to do the good end offline. Let me see where that is. Maybe we'll see. Is that thunder in the distance? I wonder about it absently, but I can't remember at a time where I heard a distant thunder. The dagger in my hand and began to crumble as soon as Saber disappeared back into the shadows. It's probably the cost of killing a powerful familiar like a servant. The Azoth blade that Tosaka put her life savings into has crumbled to dust. I tightly fastened the bindings on my left arm. I used up most of my magical energy. There's some left in Archer's arm and some left in me. I think I can manage with the combined power, but I'm limited. To one last projection. I won't be able to control Archer's arm anymore, no matter what I do afterwards. All right. I wonder what happened to her. I stand up. My body feels hard. It feels like my joints have turned into steel. I bet bullets would bounce off me now. I can't walk very well. I walk. I'm bleeding. I pretend not to see it. The pain feels like someone drove iron stakes into my legs, but luckily I can grit my teeth and walk through it. Something is shaking. Something is making a sound far away. It sounds like something I heard a long time ago when I was a kid. The fact I can remember things I heard that long ago must mean I'm still a kid at heart. I had a lot of interests when I was a kid. I woke up to the wall she got smashed into. Ryder's still alive, but she's beat up all over and most of her magical energy is spent. She probably can't move right away. She should take a break. I met her at the fallen rider and turned to go deeper into the cave. Looks like she's conscious. Ryder can't stand up right away, and she looks up like something's very bright. Hold on, I'm checking it again. Why does it keep minimizing it? We might be able to do it? Oh, it also comes down to a simple choice if you cleared Heaven's Field before. Ryder won't push herself too hard. She knows that she should take time to properly recover instead of forcing herself to get up. She isn't reckless like me. It's so reassuring. The tremors are happening more often. I can't waste time here. I go after Tosaka, though I can't move my body very well. I'm getting breathless. I use the wall to support myself as I move forward. My pace isn't bad. My body just feels stiff, but it shouldn't get in the way once I get used to it. Something comes out of my mouth. I pretend not to notice it and wipe my lips. My thigh muscles go snap. My thigh muscles go snap and feel numb. I nearly trip over. I'm pretty sure I heard a snap. My clothes are torn from the inside, and I can see gaping wounds. I do my best not to look at them and keep walking. I'm close. A lukewarm wind brushes against my body. Here goes. I clap my cheeks and start running. I leave the darkness. A wasteland I've seen before spreads out before me, filling my vision. No, not quite. I haven't seen this sight before. That didn't exist in the wasteland I saw in Elia's record. The root cause of this absurd war. The thing that took Sakura from me. I'm assailed by a sense of menace and revulsion. Its excessive vital breathing declares that it's on the cusp of its birth. Flashes of light and tremors. The light lashes out from the top of the cliff, haphazardly blasting the cavern. I don't know what's happening out there, but given how flashy it is, it can only be Tosaka, which means I see. I look around. The eyeless, twisted feet is looking at me. No doubt about it. It must not like Tosaka's rampage very much, because it really wants to come out. But its body isn't ready yet. Its placenta is inside that dark pillar. It can't come out unless its body is fully formed. Once again, using that language. That's why it's worried. It's worried that Tosaka will destroy its placenta, and it's rushing to finish its body. It wants to be born in this world as a servant, and with a flesh and blood body. I run. I see a desperate clash of light and darkness. Once I get close enough to make out Sakura and Tosaka fighting, time stops in the cavern. An enormous source of light blinds me enough to feel that way, and... Nessan. I hear a childlike waver, and the world begins to shake violently. The light didn't destroy the chamber walls. This is destruction on a more fundamental level. Well, it's the frenzied squirming of that giant shadow attempting to come out. A horrible chill runs down my spine. I have an ominous feeling. Sakura's wailing voice prophesies the worst thing I could see. I run. Breathing wildly, I scramble up the cliff using afflicted limbs. The tremors won't stop. Boom. Somewhere in the wasteland, I hear a large boulder fall. I don't care what's going on behind me. Covered in dirt, I single-mindedly climb the cliff. And the scene I was too late to stop is burned into my eyes.
遠坂
The ground is shaking. Tosaka is sprawled face down, and I can't see her face. She resembles a large flower fallen from its stem. I look up. Beyond Tosaka, I see Sakura berating herself for backing away from her bloodstained sister.
桜
ちょっと私殺しちゃった。あんなに大切にしてくれてたのに私姉さんを殺しちゃった。
Sakura isn't talking to me. She's in denial. She did this. In a near craze, she hates herself with all her heart. Herself for soaking in Tosaka's blood. Herself for being corrupted. Herself for connecting to the shadow.
私バカでした。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。こんなの辛いだけだった。ダメだって。負けるなって姉さんはずっと言ってくれてたのに。私バカだからわからなくて。
The shadow binds Sakura. The black command spells covering her whole body chain her in place.
やだ。もうやめなくちゃ。でも戻れなくてダメ。やだ。もうこんなのは嫌だ。
She refuses. Sakura is rejecting the shadow. She's trying to reject the shadow and kill herself in her self-hatred. But she can't. The shadow needs her body. She's trying to kill herself, but the shadow won't allow it. Sakura's self-condemnation and the shadow's attempt to stop her from killing herself or tearing her apart. Tosaka won. Sakura is breaking free of her possession. I knew it. She chose Sakura's life in the very end. Sakura is Sakura. Even if the shadow swallows her, she hasn't changed at her core. I'm the one who did this to her. Back then, if I hadn't been afraid of the shadow touch Sakura and slapped some sense into her, this never would have happened. I run to Tosaka. She's still breathing, just barely. It's still too early to give up.
桜遠坂は死んでいない。そうだ、死んでいない。まだ助かる。いや、どうあっても助けるんだ。俺とお前で助けなくちゃいけないんだ。そうだろ、桜。
Light returns to Sakura's eyes. The shadow's hold weakens. Finally, she recognizes me and Tosaka, sighs in relief, and... desperately holds herself back. I shield Tosaka with my body and take the shadow's attack on my back.
違う先輩。私
Shadow spills out one after another behind Sakura. You've got to be kidding me. It's not even born yet, but its sense of danger is first class.
往生際が悪いガキの仕業だ。桜を取られたくないってダダをこね始めやがった。待ってろ。すぐにぶん殴って桜から引き剥がしてやる。
I walk towards Sakura. A shadow grazed my cheek. It would have taken my head off, but Sakura's shout seemed to have changed its trajectory. Sakura hugs herself like she's trying to hold something in. But the shadows don't disappear. They keep increasing in number. She's crying. Sakura is sobbing. Not because the shadows are eating her and causing pain. She's crying in frustration that she can't keep the shadows under control.
強くなってなかった。私は弱虫で、臆病で、ひどい人間だった。
I take another step forward. A shadow spear grazes my cheek again.
やめて。なんで来るんですか、先輩。それ以上来たら、先輩を殺しちゃう。
I take another step. I place my right hand on my left shoulder.
どうして逃げてください、先輩。姉さんを連れて逃げて。私のことなんて忘れていいです。ちゃんとここで死にますから。一人でもちゃんと死にますから。私はこれ以上先輩に見られたくない。
The shadow binds her more strongly with each step I take. My advance is hurting Sakura's body and heart.
どうして言うこと聞いてくれないんですか。先輩がそれ以上近寄るなら私だって我慢しません。先輩に殺される前に私が先輩を殺しちゃうんだから。
どうしても何もない。さくらをここから連れ出して遠坂を助ける。さっきそう言っただろう。
まだそんなことを言ってるんですか。先輩は。
どうしても何もない。さくらをここから連れ出して遠坂を助ける。さっきそう言っただろう、さくら。
やめてください。私は助かりません。いいえ、助かっちゃいけないんです。私は生きてちゃいけない人間だった。
One step. A shadow hits me squarely in the stomach. It isn't a stab, it was just a dull punch. Sakura did it out of her own will to push me away.
ほら、見たでしょ、先輩。私はこういう人間なんです。今さら外には戻れないし、この子も私を離してくれない。それにもし戻れたところで私いっぱい人を殺しました。何人も殺して、兄さんも殺して、おじい様も殺して、姉さんも殺してしまった。
Well, brother, he was towing the line anyway. He was pretty much irredeemable at that point. Your grandfather, fuck him. He's the cause of all this bullshit. And we just said that Ren is alive.
そんな人間にどうしろって言うんです。奪ってしまったものは返せない。私は多くの人を殺しました。それでも でも生きていけって言うんですか、先輩は。
I see now. She's on the path. She's on a path of no return. Sakura feels like she's trapped by sins that she can't atone for. She thinks that there's no salvation. No matter what, she'll never forget the sin of taking so many lives, even if it wasn't of her own free will. Even if she's freed from the shadow and goes back to normal, a different kind of shadow will always hang over her. And yet,
当然だろう。奪ったからには責任を果たせ、さくら。
I release the bindings on my left arm. This is the last time. I completely unraveled the red shroud that's been holding back death's door. I lose consciousness. Before I'm gone, I need to go forward. I need to say what I came to say to Sakura while my mouth still works.
そうだ。罪の所在も罰の重さも俺にはわからない。
Shadows strike at my shoulder, chest, left leg, and stomach. Grind! They get deflected and fail to pierce me, throwing up a power of
け
sparks.
ど守る。これからさくらに問われる全てのことからさくらを守るよ。たとえそれが偽善でも好きな相手を守り通すことをずっと理想に生きてきたんだから。
Forward. Sakura's right in front of me now.
先輩。体。
Begin projection. Only one item comes to mind. Shiramiya devotes all his his remaining magical energy into its replication. My final projection. I raise a dagger of contract breaking. I can't see Sakura's face very well.
お仕置きだ。きついの行くから歯を食いしばれ。
I hear her suck in her breath. And then, Sakura says yes and exposes her chest. Like this is going to be her final punishment.
帰ろう、さくら。そんな奴とは縁を切れ。
In a breath, I stab her in the heart. And it looks like Avalon's working. So, Saber must in her last. I think there Saber in her last before she disappeared, put enough magical energy to reactivate Avalon. Sakura is released. The black command spells wrapping her body crumble away. I used a dagger of contract breaking, a noble phantasm that resets all magical effects and breaks servants' contracts. It doesn't endanger Sakura's life, it only breaks the contract she was bound to. The image doesn't continue. Sakura is alive. She's gone limp. It must be the feedback from being released from the shadow. Tosaka will still make it. Her bleeding stopped. She has a proper magic crest. The crest is a crystallization of Tosaka's inherited magecraft. Even if she loses consciousness, it won't allow her its heir to die so easily. The cavern is shaking. Angra Manyu. All evil in the world, please. The ridiculous curse of writhing. Damn it. The shadow isn't disappearing, even though Sakura isn't its host anymore. It's grown too much. It's going to come out even if Sakura is gone. As long as the Greater Grail exists, it'll come crawling out someday. I'll destroy it. I'll break down this gigantic circle along with the shadow. Angra Manyu's undulations are gradually collapsing the cavern. But I don't think it'll disappear, even if the cave comes down. I need to get rid of it once and for all in here. Is that even possible? Yeah, nothing's impossible. I'll get as close as possible to its feet and blow it up with maximum firepower. Angra Manyu won't move as long as it's inside those black flames. While I still can, I need to cut it in half and return it to something that doesn't exist before it comes out. If there's a way to do it, it would be to blow it away with the most powerful noble phantasm I know of. I'm not breathing. It's about 100 meters to Angra Manyu's feet. Hold on a sec. I'll be okay. It isn't an impossible distance to cover. One more time. I just need one more projection and everything will be settled. It's okay. I can do it. I'll clean this up and take them back.
Shiro, 聞こえていますか?
I stand. A stranger taps me on the shoulder. Who was she again? She isn't a stranger. I know her well. She looks kind of scary, but I remember that this woman can be trusted.
遠坂と桜を連れて外に出られるか?
Shiro.
The long-haired woman looks at me for a few seconds, as if taking my measure.
それで、あなたは?
あれを閉じてから行く。すぐ終わるだろうけど、遠坂の傷は一刻を争う。桜だってここにいたらあいつの影響を受けるだろう。アンリマユとやらは懲りずに桜をマスターにするかもしれない。
承知しました。桜とリンは私が運びます。安心してください。それだけの体力は回復してきたつもりです。
頼む。なんとか二人を連れて外に出てくれ。洞窟崩れ出してるだろ。くそ。あんたの足ならあんな落盤なんて問題じゃない。
では二人を安全な場所に運び次第迎えに来ます。
ああ、それは頼もしいんだけど、二人の手当てを優先してくれ。任せられるのはあんたしかいない。こっちはこっちでとっとと逃げるから遠坂を直してやってくれ。そいつがいないとさくらは幸せになれない。
Oh, I think this woman said she doesn't have any healing skills. Still, I have to trust that she'll take care of Tosaka.
必ず。ですがシロ、それはあなたも同じです。さくらにはあなたとリンが必要です。それを肝に銘じておきなさい。私もさくらを支えるのはあなたでなければ納得できませんから。急ぎます。ご武運を。
The black-clad woman easily picks up the two girls and runs down the slope. She evades the crumbling ceiling, dashing for the exit. I can rest easy. I know I can count on her to keep them safe. Next is my final task. My consciousness disconnects. A mere 100 meters becomes a distance I can never close. It's only a matter of time until the cave collapses. The ceiling is crumbling all over, and a barren field is turning into a mountain of rubble. My joints are stiff. It hurts to bend my arms and legs. My nerves are shot. Hundreds of blades are sprouting from my body. It's an execution I can't escape from. My body is made of swords. I've always known that. The fuse was lit on the time bomb ever since I used projection. This ending was set a long time ago. I'm going to break. Any more and I'll break. I'll crumble to pieces, just like the falling rocks. But I can still make it. My body is sluggish, but if I can stop it all here, this day won't have been for nothing. A one-day lease on life. It doesn't sound like much, but right now it's something I long for. Just one day, 1 hour, even 1 minute. If I'm going to live, I want to live as long as I can. Appearances be damned. Cracks appear, not outside, but inside my forebrain. The part that controls my behavior principles and sense of pleasure. The most important part of really being alive. Life is the pursuit of pleasure. Without it, humans are just beasts. I wouldn't say it's convenient, but it'll still be missed. I put a visceral focus on staying myself. Still, I'm cracking. I can't stop the agony of loss and the disappearance of my memories. With each step forward, I disappear. This isn't going to work. By the time I get there, I won't even remember who I am or what I'm supposed to do. So I should stop up here and wait for... But something. A big reason outside my body. You have to do your duty. Time has stopped. There's no pain. A single step takes an entire day. I forget how to breathe. There's no pain. I spend a whole day without taking a single breath. I lose all meaning. There's no... What's pain again? Living switches to non-living. I stop. I catch myself on a wall as I fall. It's very small. A tiny foothold contains my entire existence. It won't hold. My foothold crumbles. I lose my behavior principles. I lose my driving motivations. I lose my reason, my raison d'etre. I don't feel afraid. I've lost what and whom I exist for. I'm not alive anymore. No matter what the reason was, my arms don't move for it. Words come out. My neocortex and other three portions of my cerebrum, never mind my speech center, disappear, but something still remains. My body is dead. My soul is still here. I weave 8 counts. The burden then shifts from my body to my soul, and meaning. That's how Shiro Miya died. The shape that stands up is no different from a machine. It has the function and to swing a sword, but it's a husk without a will to move it. But even without a man-made mind, in this world, there are many machines that dream. There was a promise. Once winter is over and spring comes, a list of words with a list of words with comprehensive meaning. A tiny hope I remembered until the end, which should be fulfilled. Epilogue. And then I wake up. I don't feel tired. My mind and body are refreshed, like they belong to someone else.
Senpai?
He was supposed to be sleeping next to me, but nobody else is in my futon. I look at the clock and see that it's already 10 o'clock in the morning.
朝ごはん作りに行ったんだ。
I pretend to accept that and get up. I'm surprised by my lightness. What's going on, I wonder? It's as if my arms and legs have been freed from a lifetime of chains.
そっか。
I remember, and my body heats up. Last night, Senpai shared his blood with me, and we slept together. When we came back from the forest, Senpai only had one arm, but we were sure things would work out. I'm feeling fine, so I can ask Ryder to help out. Ryder's still here? Ryder's still here? Nothing bad will happen anymore. I have Senpai and Nae-san, and we'll all do great, and... A nightmare. Why do I dream about the worst events?
Senpai?
The breeze coming in feels nice. The corridor is bathed in light, and walking through it lifts my spirits. My body feels so light. Maybe I even lost weight while I was asleep. To be honest, I'm a little on the heavy side, and I do battle with the bathroom scale every night. It wasn't really working, but Senpai says something like,
さくら、割と気痩せするタイプだったんだ。
it hasn't really been working. It'll make me swoon, so I'm certainly in favor of this newfound weight loss.
Senpai?
My body really feels so light and relaxed. It feels like the world is changing with each step I take. My body is so light. The air is so beautiful. The pulsing is so warm. It's like I've been freed from a poison permeating my body. like the worms grandfather implanted in me, like the black mud sticking to my heart, like the awful dreams lingering in the back of my mind never happened at all.
ねえ先輩
Nobody's here. The hallway is very silent.
先輩先輩
Nobody's here. The sunshine is warm.
先輩先輩あもしかしてかくれんぼですか
Nobody's here. The air is crisp.
あれおかしいな先輩は隠れてるだけなのに
That can't be right. Somebody has to be here. It was just a bad dream. But I saw someone at the end. His body was totally broken, and they never would never meet again.
違う嘘ですよね先輩
Of course, it isn't true. His body wasn't human anymore. He couldn't possibly move in that body, so he should be staying here, waiting somewhere for me to come.
先輩先
But the calendar in the living room shows that it's already been over 10 days. It's the end of February. I collapsed to my knees. I understand everything now. No, I knew as soon as I woke up, but pretended not to.
出てきてください先輩私だけなんてできない先輩と一緒じゃないとダメなんです先輩
My personality goes blank. Even now, I'm about to collapse, but can't collapse. I can only weep. That's really all it is. I'm a weakling, a crybaby. I don't know any other way to atone, and I can't even be grateful for being alive. It's the end of a long winter. I've been freed from the chains binding me for the last 11 years, but I've lost my only guidepost.
すごく強情なんだな、さくらは。正直甘く見てた。
The boy speaks sullenly. He sighs with a frustrated expression. She was prepared for that. She made contact with him, assuming he would dislike her and that she would cause him trouble. It was but a slight touch. A part of her thought it would hurt if the boy disliked her, while
その前にやり直さないと。さくらに世話をかけるんだから、俺の方からお願いしなくちゃダメだ。よろしくな、さくら。怪我が治るまで手伝いをしてもらうぞ。
she saw how the boy muttered to hide his embarrassment, and she cherished his generosity of spirit. Spring comes.
ようやく一段落ついたわねさくら教会の調査も終わったし綺麗な後釜はいい人だし私たちはお咎めなしだしこれ一応ハッピーエンドじゃない
Nasan is strong. She wasn't any more energetic than I was, but her spirits lifted when spring came, and she's working her
ところ
brain.
でささくら 私の家に来ない？まとう手を引き払うならうちに来た方が何かと楽でしょ。
Nason's consideration is so kind. I've dreamed for years about living in the Tosaka house with my sister. I can't stand being alone at night, and even today, I'm not sure what will happen if she comes home. But that's why I need to grow up.
そっか。さくらは一人でやっていくのね。じゃあ無理には誘わないわ。卒業するまではうちにいるから、休日くらいは遊びに来なさい。
She tells me she'll be waiting and leaves. It must have been stuck in her. It must have been stuck in her hair when she came here. A pink flower petal flutters through the air. Through the air.
もしかしてさくら、料理するの初めてか？
It wasn't, but I can't say I was familiar with it yet. I did my best to read a lot of books before I came, and I was about the average in cooking class. To tell the truth, though, I was very, very afraid to have anyone eat something I cooked.
そういうことはないです。
いや、そうじゃなくてだな。まあ、習うより慣れろか。よし、基本から入ろう。はい、暑いから覚悟してな。
The basic dish was rice bowls. We took steaming hot rice and squeezed it together. I thought that he was making fun of me. I sulked a little, thinking that it was beneath me. But when I looked up, I saw that his face was deadly serious, and I couldn't feel upset. And then...
じゃ、交換。俺のあげるから、さくらのおにぎりをいただきます。
He took the rice bowl I made and just stuffed his cheeks with it right in front of me. He gobbled up something I made and put his hands together in thanks. I don't know what he was trying to tell me. But the next day, I didn't feel self-conscious about my cooking, and I wanted him to eat it and thank me again. Spring
本当
comes.
にいいの？さくらちゃん。さくらちゃんが管理人になってくれるのは助かるけど、その
I earned a surprising amount of money from selling the motto house. It's more than enough to maintain this one. I asked Miss Fujimura's granddaughter to give me the deed to the property and decided to keep the place the way it is, no matter what happens from now
そ
on.
こまで思ってくれるのは嬉しいけど。ねえ、さくらちゃん。シロはもう帰って。
I shake my head. Miss Fujimura's shoulders droop in resignation.
この家はあなたに任せるわ。
She smiled like a mother and left the Emiya house. This is kind of a tough memory for
さく
me.
ら、このゴタゴタが終わったら、どこか遠くに行こう。今までどこかに遊びに行くとかなかっただろ？たまには遠出して騒ぐのもいい。
He said that there was nowhere to go. He said there was that there was nowhere to go. If we put our mind, nowhere we couldn't go if we put our minds to it. It was so pure that I laughed.
じゃあ約束だ。さくらの体が治って、このゴタゴタが終わったら。
And that promise. Spring comes. I think that I haven't met anyone for a while. It's difficult being alone. I kept repeating my memories. I want to turn them off like a light switch. It helps that I don't long for company. But then why did I...
当然だろう。奪ったからには責任を果たせ、さくら。
I need to do something. It's hard being alone with other people, but I need to do what I can. But I don't know how to atone. After all this time, I can't think of a way to help anyone else. Because this is for myself. I've been growing one flower every year for that day, for that promised day. Spring comes. I'm used to being alone. I can enjoy myself for a little when people are around. But I fear that, but the fear is still there. I talk to people, but I feel like the world is demanding that I atone.
守る。これから桜に問われるすべてのことから桜を守るよ。たとえそれが偽善でも、好きな相手を守り通すことをずっと理想に生きてきたんだから。
He was so selfish. It was so nasty of him to say all that and then not protect me. So I can't forgive him so easily. I'm going to be really selfish and make him go through the trouble I had many times over. But I think I'll forgive him anyway. It might be hypocritical, but his words calm my heart so much. It might be irresponsible, but I love the boy who said that to me, and he loves me too. Spring comes. Spring comes. Spring comes. Spring comes. No one comes to visit. I'm not sad about it, but sometimes I feel so calm waiting for spring to come and that I wonder if I'm still sane. I'm not sad because something is absolute. Because I believe that something will happen that makes up for the suffering. I only have one worry.
遅いな、先輩。これじゃ私、おばあちゃんになっちゃいますよ。
I pray that I can stay healthy until that day comes. Spring comes. Lately, I haven't been able to move my body as well as I'd like. I go to water the garden as usual.
先生、手伝いに来ましたよ。
My student is here. I'm self-taught and not very skilled, but I found a student willing to learn from me. The new Tosaka heir is a good girl. She's very similar to my sister. Light scatters. I sit in my rocking chair in its usual place and gaze up at the yard.
あ、先生、寝ないでくださいね。終わったら昔の話聞かせてもらうんですから。
That brings me great joy. All I can remember are words, but words only need to be spoken in order to become stories. They let me relive nostalgic days.
笑った。私、先生の笑顔好きだな。うちの強欲ばあさんと違ってすごい美人なんだもの。
The sunlight is warm. Time flows gently and sometimes torturously. I keep planting seeds in anticipation of that promised day. Flowers of redemption. I'll keep waiting for spring until my sins are forgiven. And then spring comes again. Years pass by in the blink of an eye. I close and open my eyes. The hill is covered in cherry blossoms. Looking just as he always has, the boy waves at me from the hilltop road of our youth. What, no CG for it? But that was really getting me. So that's the normal ending of Heaven's Feel. Ah, what a ride. That story was a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad that I was only doing this weekly because I might have ended up putting it down and never finishing again. Not because I felt the story was bad, but because, again, the story was a lot. It was dealing with a lot of heavy topics and quite a lot, and like it got very uncomfortable in places. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm glad that I'm glad that the normal ending at least gives something in here. I feel like in most endings, Sakura probably would have died in a lonely existence or something. For most writers, as I mean. But here we have one where she's at least got a life for herself, even if she's got that one, even if she's got that one hope of still driving her that she's never, that she can never fulfill. But yeah, it does give a good message. I feel like no matter how hard you have it, no matter how hurt you get, you can still live on and find a new purpose to live. Find whatever you can, whatever purpose you can to keep living. Because I think I just realized when going through all that scene, this is a story about people hurting. Completed Sakura's normal ending, and we actually do have time, so. We can go for the good ending now. Okay. I believe clashing with Saber is a death flag. Yeah. So we wait for our chance now. I'll trust her. I have to trust her and wait. How would rushing into an attack how would rushing into attack Saber help now? What could I possibly do with the projection I've been keeping at the ready? We've already decided our battle plan. Ryder accepted it and recognized me as her temporary master. So I need to. Saber slices through empty air. Ryder's already retreated out of her range as far as possible. She withdraws to the very edge of the cave. Saber doesn't give chase. Her legs are bound in Ryder's chains. That's why Ryder was kneeling. She persistently attacked Saber's upper body, but used her last move to chain her legs and drive the dagger into the ground, restricting her mobility. Magical energy surges through Saber's whole body. Wreathed in lightning, she easily destroys the chains. But it's too late. It was only 2 seconds delay, but it was more than enough time for Ryder to wind up. 50 meters separate from them, seeing the distance between them, Saber instantly divines Ryder's intent. It only has one way of countering it. And she only has one way of countering it. She'll answer Ryder's ultimate attack with her own. There's a torrent of dark light. The wind coils and Saber's sword glows red hot. The comet will likely attack in 1 second. She deploys her strongest noble phantasm to cleave through Ryder's pure white light. Ryder shifts her posture. The summoning circle is complete. A giant red eye appears in front of her. Saber shifts her blade sideways. Starlight coalesces and rotates. It's achieving criticality. The black sun grasps that flare in both hands. Ryder chants its true name. She is instantly enveloped in white. Saber unveils its true name. Her sword blazes into black fire. Two rays of light fled the chamber, struggling for dominance. Time stops for an instant. Shiromiya accelerates his inner world, disguising a moment as eternity. Search, select, analyze, project. That is my role. This is my second projection. Magecraft, which erodes my body. But I can't defeat Saber without it. Ryder can't overcome Saber's noble phantasm, not even with Bellerophon. We both know that. So I'll help her win. If Ryder's noble phantasm lacks destructive power, I just need to make up for it. Checking something. Still saying Sakuramoto.
I am the bone of my sword.
My body is made of swords. I've decided what I'll use. I'll complete the projection in an instant. I'll make Ryder win using the greatest defense Archer knows.
Oh, yes!
Use Roias. Don't know why we didn't get that before. I intone its true name and turn it into reality. I thrust out my left arm and it shakes. The nerves, muscles, and blood vessels in it are going haywire. And it feels like it could snap at any second. And I desperately stabilize it with my right hand. I endure it. I can't stop the projection yet. The two pillars of light are still pushing against each other. If I lose Roias' projection here, Ryder will be vaporized. My flailing left arm and left shoulder fire bullets into my body. Uncontrollable magical energy rips around and inside my body. Like someone going wild with a rubber eraser, scrubbing Shiromiya's insides blank. I know we're reading a lot of the same stuff, but still. I howl. I scream to drive off the pain and terror of losing myself. Raw magical power clashes. It's completely upset the rivalry between the two powers. Four petals scatter the black light, flooding the cavern in blinding radiance. The servants are sent flying apart. Ryder slams into a wall unprotected with the same speed as her charge. Saber is blown away by Bellerophon's light and falls to the ground on her back. They're both still alive. Ryder's down, unable to stand. She might be out of magical energy. Meanwhile, Saber is on the verge of defeat, but she still had strength to spare. We just barely edged Saber. We just barely edged Saber out in the noble in the battle of noble phantasms. Oh, I run. I run without even knowing what I'm supposed to do. As I run, I unsheath the Azoth blade. I rush to her. I rush to Saber and lean over her helpless body.
シロ。
Did she hit her head? Saber gazes up at me absently. I wonder what I look like in her eyes. I straddled her, raised the dagger, and looked down at Saber. Saber's regeneration is nothing to trifle with. She's recovered. She'll recover soon unless I finish her off. Unless I kill Saber, who's wounded and can't even stand and or fight back, she'll kill us. My mind disconnects. A mere 100 meters becomes a distance I can never cross. It's only a matter of time until the cave collapses. The ceiling is crumbling over and over, and the barren field is turning into a mountain of rubble. My joints are stiff. It hurts to bend my arms and legs. I don't breathe when I lose focus. So I brace myself for knives to stab my throat, and finally manage to breathe a few times. I try hard to breathe because humans can't move without sufficient oxygen. But right now, maybe I can move without any oxygen. Even if I breathe in a lot, it won't be long before It's hot. Hundreds of blades are sprouting from my body. It's an execution and I can't escape from. My body is made of swords, but I've always known that. Told me. He said that if I used projection, it would light a fuse on a time bomb. So this ending was set a long time ago. My legs are heavy. I don't know what I'm doing. My heart feels like it's going to burst from the pain, fatigue, and emptiness. But just a little more. Everything will be over once I erase that thing. Nobody will stop me. Nobody here will stop me anymore. And yet... The shadows flicker. In front of the crater they call the Greater Grail stands lit by dark crimson flames. His voice contains a strong will. In his lifeless world, he blocks my way like it's his destiny. I don't ask him why he's alive. He's a walking corpse. I don't feel any magical energy emanating from his body. There's a dark stain where his heart should be. He's a short flame. Like a flipped hourglass. As the same as me. I can't hear Kotamine's heartbeat. He doesn't have much time left. That isn't speculation, it's a fact. Kirei Kotamine will die in minutes, no matter what.
お前にそんなことはできない。そいつはお前のものになって
当然だ。私はこれに
Darn it.
何を。お前にそんなことはできない。そいつはお前のものになってならない。
当然だ。私はこれに干渉することはできんし、これに干渉する気もない。だが言ったはずだぞ。私は誕生するものを祝福すると。これは今まさに生まれようとしている。ならばその誕生を阻む外敵から守ってやるのは当然ではないかな。
正気か、琴峰。そんな今にも死にそうな体で何を言ってやがる。仮にお前の望み通りそれを外に出したところで、お前は。
それはお前も同じだろう。正気などとうにない。目的は果たしたところで我々の末路は同じだ。お前はこれを滅ぼし、私はこれを守る。だがどちらが目的を果たそうと結果を得る者はいない。それを承知でお前はここまで来た。無意味な争いだ。そんなものをする時点で私もお前も正気ではないだろう。
Kotamine won't move out of the way. He's not going in to retreat. As long as he's here, I can't use my last projection. I need time to do it. If I give him an opening, he'll pulverize my brain before I can use Saber's sword.
なんでだよ。なんでそこまでそいつを守る。そいつが出てきたところであんたに帰るものなんてないんだろう。なのにどうして。
Why would he approve of any of an enemy of humanity? Why would he approve of an enemy of humanity called all the evil in the world, even on death's door?
なぜも何もない。私にとってはこれが唯一の娯楽だから。エミやシロ、お前が他人の幸福に至福を感じるように、私は他人の不幸に至福を感じるだけだ。そもそもなぜ殺す。生まれる前から悪と決めつけるのは傲慢ではないか。帰りたがっている命ならば孵化させてやるのが愛ではないのか。
I'll stop with the pro-life bullshit.
何が愛だ。理屈言うな。あれはもう多くの人間を殺してきた。このまま外に出すことはできない。
ほう。では聞こう。お前の言う善悪とは何だ。人を殺すことが絶対の悪だとお前はそう言うのか。
それ、
I can't possibly answer that. Right now, I have no morality. The moment I decided to save Sakura, I lost the justice that Shiro and Mia believed in.
それでいい。元より答えなどない。人間とはそういうものだ。明確な答えなどなく、変動する真実を良しとする。我々には初めから真実となる事柄なぞない。人間は善悪を同時に兼ね備え、その属性を分けるのはあくまで自身の選択による。始まりはゼロであり、生まれ出ることに罪はないとお前には教えたはずだが。
ああ、それがたとえ悪であろうと赤ん坊に罪はないと。
そうだ。人間は生まれ、学習によって善か悪か、そのどちらかに偏るもの。とある聖典にはこうある。人間は天使より優れた存在だと。何故か。それは悪を知りながらも悪に走らぬ者がいるからだと。生 まれながら善しか知らぬ天使とは違う。人間とは悪を持ちながら善と生きられる存在ゆえに、善しか知らぬ天使より優れたものだと。しかり吐き気を催すような悪人が戯れに見せる善意がある。多くの人間を救った聖人が気まぐれに犯す悪意がある。この矛盾、両立する善意と悪意こそが人を人たらしめる聖杯だ。生きるということが罪であり、生きているからこその罰がある。聖あってこその善であり、聖あってこその悪だ。故に生まれいでぬ者に罪過は問えぬ。何者にも望まれぬもの、生まれながらに悪であるものなどない。あれは誕生するその瞬間まで罰を受けるいわれはない。
That's the answer of the priest named Kotamine. It's why he sincerely intends to forgive all the evil that people wished into existence.
だからって許すのか。こいつは初めから殺すためだけのものだ。外に出ることで多くの人間が死ぬと分かっているのなら、それは俺たちにとって紛れもない悪だろう。
そうだ。これは存在自体が悪だ。何しろそのように作られた。初めから悪であるようにと生まれたのだ。人間とは違う。これは悪しか持たぬ人々が作り上げた純粋な単一心だ。だがその行為が悪だとしても、あれ本人がそれをどう思うかはまだわかるまい。
He wants to know that, what Anraman and you personally thinks.
そうだ。この世すべての悪本人が自らの行動を悪しと嘆くか良しと笑うか、それは我々の測るところではない。もしあれに人に近い意志があり、自らの存在を嘆くのであればそれは悪だろう。だが自らの存在に何の疑問も持たなければあれは善だ。何しろそのように望まれたもの、自らの機能に疑いを持たぬのであればそれが悪であるはずがない。そう、生まれながらにして持ち得ぬもの、初めからこの世に望まれなかったもの、それが誕生する意味、価値のないものが存在する価値をあれは見せてくれるだろう。何もかもなくし何もかも壊した後、ただ一人残ったものが果たして自身を許せるのか。私はそれが知りたい。外界との隔たりを持った者がありのままに生き続けることに罪過があるのかどうか、その是非を問う。そのためにお前の父を殺し、そのために的尾さくらを生かした。私では答えは出せない。故に答えを出せる者の誕生を願った。それが私の目的だ。エミやシロ、自身に帰る望みを持たぬお前と対極に位置する同質の願望だ。
I can't understand. This man's wish is too distant from me. But I do understand one thing. He used Sakura for a wish like that.
サクラを、そんなことのためにサクラを利用したのか。
I refocus my hazy vision and glare at the priest with all the hostility I can muster. This man.
そうだな。そんなことのために私は多くの者を殺してきた。故に今さら降りることなどできん。言っただろう。私はそのように生きてきた。その疑問を解くためだけにここにあった。それは 死を前にして変わるものでもない。
The walking corpse makes a declaration, and resolve clear in his eyes. He says it so brazenly. He talks like he has no regret or mistakes.
そうか。
I understand now. I can never agree with this man. When I first met him, I reflexively wondered if I could ever accept him. And now I know exactly why. I don't want to admit it, but I think I like Kirei Kotomine. I desperately viewed him with hostility in an attempt to deny that, to pretend I didn't feel that way. He said that we are similar. I understand why now. We both think of ourselves as sinners. We both lived our lives trying to cast off those chains. We knew our methods were flawed, but we believed it was the right way to atone, and we sought salvation, and we would never obtain.
引かないよな、そりゃ。
He won't, because we're the same. It isn't because he's about to die and wants to see his wish come true. That's right. He's not keeping an oath because this is the end. That's just how he has lived his life. He's never walked any other path. Even if he dies 1 minute from now, he doesn't know any other correct way to live.
それにな、告白すれば干渉でもある。以前からよもやとは思っていたが、ことここに至ってようやく気がついた。
He steps forward. Neither of us has much time left, so we'll settle this quickly. I'm going to snuff out his flame before mine runs out.
私はお前たちを羨んでいる。求めても得られなかったもの、手に入れたというのに手に入らなかったもの、どのような戒律をもってしても指の隙間からこぼれ落ちた無数の檻。 幸福と感じるものが、そのうっせきをここで帳消しにするのみだ。私には幸福と感じられなかった。
Yeah, this man is empty because he never obtained anything. He searched and searched, but never gained even one bit of happiness. His life brought only death to anything he obtained. If it's the only way he ever lived, how could he ever abandon it now?
そうだ。無駄な時間を使わせたな、ことみね。
I restart my forgotten breathing. I send air into my lungs and then switch my body over to combat mode.
構わん。時間がないのはお互い様だ。
Kotomine puts strength into his muscles. This won't be a battle of magecraft. We're both dead men walking. All we can do is pound each other with our fists. We won't have any tactics or skills left. We're going to bash our remaining lives against each other. He'll kill me and grant his wish. I'll kill him and destroy his wish. We bet our lives on this wager. Before time runs out, I'll kill him and erase the shadow. I run and make a beeline at my opponent. My legs don't have much power left. I drop my hip the chest of my approaching opponent and strike him as hard as I can with an dodgeable timing. But my right fist cuts through empty air, and his chest, and it's my chest that makes an impact. Kotomine is gone. The enemy I attacked with such speed and power disappears from sight. He bends his tall body from my left flank and drives a fist into my stomach. Whips his legs like lightning and kicks me into the air. His kicks are like breaths of fire. In the last few hours here, I've forgotten what it was to feel pain strong enough to make me pass out. How many meters was I launched? The impact was so strong I wouldn't have been surprised if my head detached from my torso. No, if we're going with that, even the second blow to my stomach would have destroyed my organs. I know this. Untelegraphed economy of movement, straight lines that are also circles, attacks that emphasize internal over external damage. At the highest level, too. This isn't something he could have just picked up by watching people.
そうでもない。私のこれは真似事だ。死の灯籠を真似ただけのうちに何も宿らぬものだが、死に損ないの相手には十分のようだ。
The follow-up is coming. I force my stiffened joints to bend and get up. But then Kotomine stops and looks at his fist. It's covered in red. That's what he gets for hitting a bundle of blades. I collect my scattered thoughts and face my enemy. None of that matters. He won't stop even if his opponent is covered in lethal thorns. Kotomine lowers his stance. His trained body ready is an explosive strike. The enemy approaches. Kotomine has the overwhelming edge in close combat skills. His fists won't break. At this rate, my hourglass will shatter before it even runs out. I don't turn away and meet my enemy approaching like a rocket. There's only one thing to do. I need to drive my fists at him even faster than last time, faster than he can dodge. The only sound in my earlobe is my pounding heartbeat. I don't perceive the sound of the collapsing cave and the rain of rubble at all. The thing I need to beat is right in front of me. I don't care about any centuries-long obsession or the collapse of the world. To Shiro Amiya, the defeat of this enemy is his final purpose. Interlude 16:4. It's collapsing. The collapse is all but assured. The Einsburn's 1,000-year quest, the Makiri's 500-year wish. The world has continued without ending, changing or evolving. That has continued and without ending, changing or evolving is finally coming to an end. Oh my God. Amidst the destruction and still has a will. I don't want to die. Its body is nothing but a dark red lump of meat, looking nothing like a human. It is a swarm of insects that dwelled in this cavern. He gathered them all from a single lump of flesh, but he cannot maintain a humanoid body anymore. His writhing form is simply a lump of meat that can move, but it's still alive. The lump curses its rotting body and its melting soul. I don't want to die. Its only obsession is still intact. It crawls on the ground. Zoken Makiri, the old mage, his main body anchoring his soul having been crushed, clings to this world by his obsession alone. His doom is only a matter of time. Although he has fitted his soul into a hastily assembled swarm of insects, he will never recover from being crushed twice. I don't want to die. The old mage who has become a lump of meat will die an agonizing death. He will rot until the end and die feeling regret. It's right in front of him. He gazes out at the embodiment of eternity, which he sought for so long and was only one step away from obtaining. Are his death cries agony or regret? I don't want to die. He doesn't want to die. How can he just disappear now? 500 years. How can he disappear when the reward he deserves for 500 years, 500 agonizing years of effort is right before his eyes? All he remembers is suffering. The karma of the Makiris. They were a great and magical house, driven from their homeland, wandering until reaching this land and in the Orient, and then they were unable. Then they were unable to assimilate to this land's laws, and fell into decline. But that wasn't true. There would have still been in hope if that was the case. If that is why their bloodline died out, they might have gracefully accepted their demise. I don't want to die. But the truth was different. It isn't that the land of Japan was unsuitable. An external factor like that wouldn't have ended the Makiris. They simply lost their way. It has been 300 years since the ancestral Makiri seekers. In those 300 years, they reached the limits of their lineage. The Makiri mages were already in decline by Zoken's generation. That is when the suffering began, and the old man had no choice but to deny it. Zokamato's life was spent desperately trying to overcome the decline of the Makiri bloodline. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yes, I must not die. Damn this rotting body. It's painful. So painful. Too painful. 500 years of pain. My whole life has been pain. Why fault me for seeking eternity? I suffered and suffered, and even never fulfilled. So how can I disappear without leaving anything behind? How can I die in agony? The Holy Grail is open before me. So listen to my wish. Ask and I shall appear. My wish is that I don't die. I need to get there. My wish is to come. My wish will come true if I climb that cliff. It'll grant my wish. It'll grant my wish, but I can't. But I can't reach it with this body. It's so far away. These last 5 centuries have been for nothing. It's so far away. Why is it so far away? He crawls, scattering and splattering his body. What obsession. He can't move, no. He shouldn't even have the ability to move, but his hatred drives him forward. He has now an obsessive idea become a monster. He doesn't hear the collapse. He only sees the Holy Grail as it moves forward. And then his misshapen form
そこま
sees
で変貌したか、マキリ。
someone with a beautiful bell-like voice speaks to him.
何？
He looks up. In the middle of his wavering vision stands a lone girl. He stops. He stares at her. The old mage does not see a girl. He sees a woman from his distant memories. The golden Einsburn woman who has never faded from his mind to this day. 200 years ago, she was his comrade, the cup of heaven who sacrificed herself to build the greater grail. She hasn't changed at all since that day. The woman of the Holy Grail looks at him with the same eye as when he still burned with passion.
おう、我が旧敵よ。汝はなぜ死にたくないと思ったのか。
She speaks just once in a nostalgic voice. Her question holds his thoughts of suffering. Why? 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 It's strange now that one asks, why did he not want to die? Why couldn't he die? He would be free from suffering and death. So for what purpose did he cling to life and suffering? He remembers. Yes, he had a noble goal at first. He would acquire all creation. He would know all truths, and reach lands nobody else could. He would surpass the limits of flesh and reach the limitlessness of the soul, the human race. He would let those saddled with limits from birth be forced to run circles within the spiral of their brains, and forced to run in the circles of their brains go outside, to heal all hatred and suffering. He remembers. It was after the grief of learning that paradise did not exist. He excitedly decided that if it did not exist in this world, and he was not allowed to create it while in a flesh body, then he would travel to a place where it was allowed. Not to create a new world, but to turn himself, to turn the life called humanity into something new. That's right. To go to the sky he always looked up at and beyond. He would be born anew in a place no one could imagine, and arrive at a utopia we cannot visualize. For that cause, he sought the Holy Grail. He sought the miracle beyond human reach, and he couldn't disappear until he attained it. He knew he would suffer defeat, and that he would not attain it in his body. But he never gave up as long as he lived. Yes, he had just one dream: the abolition of all the evil in the world. We staked our lives on an impossible utopia. So he stayed behind. After his enemies left, he kept searching, even as he knew it was pointless. He believed that living itself had purpose, and knew that one day he would create someone to succeed him. And so he kept on living. He was suffering, but he couldn't let himself die. Even when he remained himself, he never overcame the laments of his youth. Was that not his way of life, and the answer he arrived at? Yes, even if it lies beyond this life, even if he isn't rewarded. That was his first wish, that agony. How meager his to not die was, compared to his request as for an impossible dream.
そうか。そうであったな。ユスティツアイ。
He looks up at the world. The cavern is already halfway into total collapse. Sakuramoto has been liberated and taken from this world. Anra Manu, the birth, completely flawed embodiment of the third magic, is flickering like heat haze. Finally, the old mage accepted that he will never reach any of it.
終わりか。我が宿願も我が苦痛もマキリの使命もこんなところで終わるのだな。
It was decided from the very beginning. Wherever the Mercury's voyage ended would be their final resting place. And yet, the end of their long suffering was not a wretched conclusion at all. It had only just begun. Their challenges and journeys have just begun. 500 years is a trifle, far too short a time to accomplish anything. What he desired was brilliant and precious, to be obtained in the far future. The maturation of humanity, whether it takes thousands or tens of thousands of years. So this is but a trifling setback at the start of the journey, albeit a meaningful one. Their wish is not over. The journey begins now. The history of their long journey to reach the great beyond begins its loop with the end of a dream.
だが無念よ。いや、あと一歩だったのだがな。
The words of resignation belong to the old mage after all. No matter how brilliant his objective, he is a fiend who approves of wicked deeds. He never overcame that trait at the end and cut his obsession with life. The last one disappears. One of the mages sought a miracle. An observer who was there at the very beginning crumbles away.
504年。思えば瞬きほどの宿願であった。
The lump of meat is swallowed by the rubble, leaving no trace. He was a creature which lived while transforming. The old mage completely disappears from the world, along with the fall of his long sought wish. His palm slams into me. It doesn't change, no matter how my body has changed. His attack, aimed at doing internal rather than external damage, ruthlessly sends shockwaves through me. The battle is overwhelming. The enemy dodges, repels, and traps my fists, all while making me eat all his attacks. Pure white mangles my vision every time Kotamine's fists clang off my body. It isn't the damage from his attacks, but the pain of my left arm repairing and overriding my injured body. I protect my head. My face alone hasn't turned to steel yet. This could end with a single blow to my head. I can't hit him with my fists, so I just use both arms to protect my head. My sense of pain is long gone, and my eyesight is about to blink out. The pain transmitted to my brain comes only from the left arm's invasion of my body. His blood fist pulverizes every square centimeter of my frame. I work my left arm and try to repair it, and everything goes right. Images and memories become irretrievably white. It hurts to even think now. I sprout blades to protect my body from dying. In exchange, my brain is shaved away. Which of us will end first? His fists and bones are broken. He endures it, his face twisted in pain, and continues striking me. I dodge the blows and attack with my right fist. And it gets blocked. There's a simultaneous impact to my left armpit. And I endure the blade stabbing my brain and an attack again. I can still move. I can still move more. I can't move anymore. This is the. It hurts. That one got me. My body shouldn't be able to feel pain anymore, but I nearly weep at the pain throughout my body. I'm flooded back, crashing into a fallen boulder, and barely stop myself from going over the cliff. Can't stand. If the impact hurt this bad, the pain to my brain and to my brain trying to remake my body would be unimaginable. It's over. In one more second, I'll give in to the pain and burn out, and I won't be able to think anymore. If I sleep before then, if I close my eyes, it... The enemy walks over. He can't run away anymore either. It wouldn't surprise me if we both disappeared 1 minute from now. Then I'm... You swore an oath. You swore to protect someone. Liv. She said that both of us needed to save her. You lost something. You lost something for that purpose. The enemy approaches. He drags his feet towards me to crush my head. Like hell. I won't lose. This man doesn't have a goal. He's just living the way he knows how. The only way he knows how. But I have it. I have a goal. I have a good reason to kick his ass and win. I don't know how long I made her cry. Being crying in the being crying in a place I don't know. She always cried alone and only ever smiled in front of me. That's right. So I have to protect her. I'll protect from the sins she committed. The sins blaming her, and the sins she remembers. The girl who could only smile in front of me. The girl who said she'd protect me in a body with no future. I want to help her smile happily one day, even when I'm not around. And you're in the way of that. Fuck off. Sakura will never smile again as long as you're alive. One blow. The enemy comes to crush my head, and I punch his face with all my might. 2 blows, 3 blows, 4 blows, 5 blows, 6 blows, 7 blows. I punch, 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 punch. This is the end. If I let him go, there's no future. I need to put everything I have left into this miracle, this chance. I'm flung back. He easily ducks my suicidal punch and makes me pay hard for it. Damn it, that's right. He won't let me hit him that easily. He's many times stronger than me. So of course he'll parry my attack effortlessly and come to finish me off. Yeah, so what? I can't overcome the difference in fighting strength. Life isn't that easy. The enemy knocks me to the ground and comes to crush my head. I'll lose, I'll lose, I'll lose, I'll lose. That much is self-evident. But I can still move my body. The enemy's shadow looms over me, blocking my path. Then I take my disobedient legs, yeah, my right leg won't even budge, and ignite them into motion. It's not going to end here. I can't dodge the enemy's attack with these legs. Death is a second away. I dodge it as best I can. The man in front of me stops. His extended fist not quite reaching my face.
ここまでか。単純に時間の差が出るとはな。
He looks down at his own chest. The dark stained area where his heart should be. A difference in time. He must have started dying just slightly before me in the forest.
お前の勝ちだ、エミヤシロ。その体で何秒持つかは知らんが、目的があるのなら急ぐがいい。
He's just like before, when I first met him in the church. He talks about everything like it doesn't matter to him.
お前が最後のマスターだ。聖杯を前にし、その望みを果たすがいい。
The final master. His words carry a profound weight, but he says them in his usual unchanged tone. Of course he does. He'll never change, even in his last moments. He's still my detestable enemy, even if he crumbles away.
散々痛めつけてくれたお礼だ。容赦なく、あんたの願いを壊してくる。
Did he laugh at the end? My nearly scrap metal eyes are useless. This time, the priest really does leave this awful world. No one mourns him. Fistful Kotamine. I take a breath in just enough oxygen to move. I can only move my throat once. I don't feel happiness or suffering. My 5 senses have already turned to iron. No matter how hard I tried, my mind failed to stay intact. Time to go. One last job. I unseal my left arm. My consciousness is almost gone. One last projection. I'll make the strongest sword I know and destroy the entire Greater Grail and this curse. This is the absolute end. No, it's not okay. If I use this, there's no going back. I already know that I'm going to disappear. Still, as long as I have my life, I need to find another way. I made a promise to protect Sakura from everything. I can't allow my life to be snuffed out so easily. I want Sakura to live. I want to live with Sakura. So I still...
と、
But there's no other way. Sakura sins. Destroying this curse is the absolute condition to let her be happy. My mind is down to a few grains of sands. Sakura, I...
投影開始。
will keep my... a sword in my hand. With body can't last.
シロは死なないよ。だってこの門を閉じるのは私だから。
That's someone's voice. I can't remember her name. I say her name even though I can't remember it. I feel that I have to say it. If I don't, we'll never come home.
ねえ、シロは生きたい？どんな命になっても、どんな形になっても、シロはまだ生きていたい？シロは生きたい？どんな命になっても、どんな形になっても、シロはまだ生きていたい？
I want to live. What's her name? I have to say her name to stop her. But I want to live. I know will disappear if I nod. What's her name? I wish from the bottom of my heart to live.
よかった。私もそうしたかった。私よりシロにこれからを生きてほしかったから。
What are you talking about, idiot? Just come back. If you go any further, you won't be able to. I'll take that thing down with me. So, damn it, what's your name? I have to remember your name. It's precious. I'm turning so dumb. Your name.
じゃあ奇跡を見せてあげる。前に見せた遠見の応用だけど、今度のはすごいんだよ。なんて言ったってみんなが見たがってた魔法なんだから。
Don't do it. You don't have to show me. Just come back.
けど器だけは安物かな。使えるのは私の体しかないから完全に再現はできないの。けど大丈夫。リンと一緒に試行錯誤すればすぐに元通りにしてもらえるわ。
She moves into the middle. Someone in a white dress becomes a sacrificial key and closes the Greater Grail, just like the very first ritual.
じゃあね。私とシローは血がつながっていないけど、シローと兄弟で本当によかった。
Elia, don't go. If you care about me, don't go. I can't sacrifice you. I said we'd live together, that I'd make up for all the time you spent alone. But if someone's going to be sacrificed, then it should be...
言ったよね。兄貴は妹を守るもんなんだって。ええ、私はお姉ちゃんだもん。なら弟を守らなくっちゃ。
I mean, she is actually older. I remember her name. Kiritsugu's real blood relative. The little girl whom I replaced, leaving her all alone. She's a girl with red eyes and silver hair, a little older than me. I can't reach her. She can't hear my voice. I'm bathed in white light and I can't see. At the end, she... She said goodbye, smiled, and shut the door to the Greater Grail. The sage cries out, open gates of heaven. The curtain closes as he... come on! The Sard is... Always being engulfed by darkness. Nothing can hurt you now. Developers, please stop doing this. Not everyone can read that fast. I see the sky. For just a moment, I lift my arm and reach into the sky. But nothing is left. There isn't a single bit of power left in my body. I'm sinking. The life she saved is sinking. I clench my fist in frustration. There's cold pain in the palm of my hand. It awakens my sinking mind. Yeah. There's a tiny miracle in the palm of my hand. One breath of magical energy. It's completely useless, but the small pendant will make sure that someone saves me if I reach out with my hand. I reach out. I feel soft air and warm sunshine on my skin. My hand takes hold of the endless sky. Epilogue. I set my travel bag overstuffed with gifts on the ground and stretched for a few seconds. The sky today is crystal clear and the spring sunshine feels great, no question. It's bright for my eyes as that got used to the interior of the plane, but it's a small price to pay considering I just got back from a long trip. I look out at the town while loosening my shoulders. The trip from London to the provincial Japanese city took 25 hours. I feel cramped after being stuffed into a plane seat for that long. My butt hurts, and I even bumped my head on the ceiling when we landed. Moral of the story: don't cheap out on long-haul travel. Even if I'm strapped for cash and my rival for class leader, Luvia Jelita goes.
お金に困っているのなら私好きのメイドにしてあげてもよろしくてよ。4番街のしみったれた悪趣味カフェのウェイトレス1年分の月給は保証しますわ。
Oh my god.
言っておきますけど割と本気ですから。明日朝一で編入届を出してきなさいね。
It wouldn't do to be a cheapskate when returning to my home country. Yeah, I'll make sure to do that next time. I have a round trip ticket, so I put up with that rundown jet one last time on the way back. I'll put up.
バスは20分待ちか。まあ、面倒だし歩いていこう。
I heave my backpack and with both hands and start walking. It's an hour's walk to the house. It'll take a while, but I still have plenty of time until we're supposed to meet, so this is perfect.
懐かしいな。海沿いの風だ。
I narrow my eyes against the wind, listening to cars go by. Yeah, I'm home. In the year I've been gone, my hometown looks kind of different, but it hasn't changed at all. I react to the mundane, formerly similar scene in my town with alternating boredom and surprise while I walk the path home. This is my first annual visit at home once I left to study in London. Just walking through the town after a year makes me happy, and it feels fun for no reason. Though the mood is slightly spoiled by my stupidly heavy bag.
よし。まあこんなんで OK かな。
I take a shower and check myself in the mirror to make sure nothing's wrong. I'm not really doing it for anyone's benefit, but it just feels right to pay a little attention to my looks after being gone for a whole year. Okay, maybe there's one person who would side-eye me if I didn't, but I'll ignore it for today. The house is prettier than I remember, and I can't spot a single speck of dust. Sakura might still be cleaning it from time to time. I appreciate that, I do, but...
変なことにここを使ってないわよね。なんか記憶にないシャンプーがあったんだけど。
Shampoo belongs in the bath, not in the library, not in the kitchen, not at the front door, and not in the garden. Well, it's nothing to worry about, really, but it's still pretty suggestive.
もう3時じゃない。ああ、もう2時間も何してたんだ私。
I dash to the front door, try to jump, try on my pumps for a change, decide it's tacky, and run out the door in my normal shoes. We're supposed to meet at 4 o'clock. I was hoping to get there early and scout out the enemy, but now I'm at a disadvantage with my messy hair. It's regrettable, but I'll just have to challenge them head on. It's a sentimental moment in a lot of ways, but now that I'm here, I rid myself of distracting thoughts and when to head inside as soon as possible. I go through the front gate and walk up to the house door. Then I ring the doorbell. It makes a silly ding-dong and the door rattles open. Yay! And she's in casual clothes! She's still here! And it's been a year! My love! Wow. What's the surprise, as you ask? Ryder just answered the door in regular clothes.
ちょっと早いけど帰ってきたわ。さくらはいる？ライダ？
ええ。さくらは部屋で。タイガは居間で待っています。
藤村先生もいるんだ。で、春休みだから当然か。ほんじゃ、お邪魔します。とりあえず居間に行けばいい？
はい。私はさくらを呼んできます。
I go into the hallway. On the way to the living room, I steal a glance at Ryder. Should I call this a well-aimed ambush? I know she was a beauty cursed by the gods, but it really stands out when she is dressed in normal clothes. To be frank, she's supermodeled here. When a woman thinks another woman is beautiful, she really means it. No one in this series is straight! Fucking no one! But I haven't, I met a lot of pretty women overseas, but I haven't come across anyone on Ryder's level yet. She's more than human, And so it makes sense, I guess. Anyway, she's a legitimate servant. If a Euliphus mage saw her, they'd have to take 3 days off of work, and if you told them she's a familiar, they'd lock themselves in their atelier for a whole month.
リン、私に話があるのですか？
そうね。あれから調子はどう？少しは今の状態に慣れた？
そうですね。2年前に比べれば安定しています。リンがいなくなってからは不安定でしたが、1月ほど前から安定しだしました。さくらもコツをつかんだようです。
そう。まあライダーとさくらは相性がいいから心配はしてなかったけど、そのさくらに黙って血なんて取ってないでしょうね。
I'm not really scolding her. She can drink if she wants to, but I worry about whether she's following up properly.
それこそ心配無用です。さくらに知られるような真似は決して。
That's a weird way to answer it, but I'll let it slide if she isn't causing any trouble. It's just my bad habit as a mage. A familiar like Ryder is way too valuable, so I pretend to overlook some mischief.
それではまた。リンには相談事もありますので、夜に時間を作っていただけますか？
内緒話ならここじゃなくてうちでしましょう。今夜はこっちに泊まるから明日の夜でいい
Ryder nods quietly and leaves for Sakura's room. And then she pauses.
お帰りなさい、リン。
ありがとう。留守中苦労かけたわね、ライダー。
She smiles back at me and goes off to the tatami room. Wow, she really is beautiful. No one in this series is straight.
あら、いらっしゃい、遠坂さん。元気そうで何よりね。はい、お邪魔します。藤村先生もお変わりないようで安心しました。今日は部活動お休みですか？
今日は遠坂さんが来るって聞いてたからずる休み。ま、今年の首相はしっかりしてるし、今日は新入生対策の会議だから問題ないわ。
新入生対策？部員減ったんですか？弓道部。
増えたよ。ほら、去年はさくらちゃんが首相になってたでしょ。それで男の子は増えたんだけど、女の子が定員に届いてないのよ。
Go away. Stop ruining this glorious moment. So that's nice. Sakura became the captain of the Kyoto Club. Yay!
遠坂さんは卒業したから知らないか。ま、今年はかっこいい男の子が首相だから、うまく立ち回ればどっさり入ってくるだろうけどね。
She was captain last year.
はあ、かっこいい男の子って誰です？
三辻さんの弟さん。これがまあ姉さんとは正反対の小心者なのよ。部活紹介でステージになって立ったら金縛りに合うわね、絶対。
Doesn't that mean you picked the wrong person to lead? Well, Kyoto has a pretty strict image, so girls might go for something with a softer appeal. But still, Ayako's brother, huh? I never even knew she had a brother.
それであっちの暮らしはどうなの？日本人だからっていじめられてない？ほら、美大の子ってライバル心だけで友人関係成立してるじゃない？
藤村先生、それは偏見です。芸術を信奉する人間にそのような供給差はありません。
あ、怒られちゃった。
I can't bring myself to tell her that they only care about themselves. On top of that, my department would crank her anxiety up by 100%, so I won't bring it up. The very brief cat eye look. Then, I see Miss Fujimura giving me a meaningful
どうで
grin.
しょう藤村先生。
遠坂さん綺麗になったなって一皮むけたっていうか大人になったっていうか向こうでいい人でもできた
Anyone nice? Why do girls always end up talking about this stuff? And she's weirdly perceptive.
なんか手応えありどうなのよ花のロンドンでしょこうパーッと出会った瞬間に謎の組織に追われて手をつないで大脱走残り10分あたりでロンドン橋が炎上してキスしてお別れとかしちゃってたら承知しないぞ
You watch too much TV.
いえ、別にそういうことはないです。
じゃあいい話は一切なし
そういうわけではないんですが、まあできそうというかできないというか。
I can't help but give a half-hearted answer. I've accepted some invitations of that kind, and I would like to have a research partner soon. But I just can't get serious about any of them. When I try dating a guy, my thoughts always go to some other idiot that I can't concentrate. She's still not over Shiro. Every day I've been racking my brain about it. I hate to admit it, but I might actually maybe head over heels for him. No way, can't be. Nuh-uh.
あ、さくらちゃん
I jolt upright in my seat. Look at you! Look at you! Sakura looks confused. Wow, she hasn't changed at all.
はい、元気だったさくら。
Sakura nods. Her face lights up.
おかえりなさい姉さん。元気そうで嬉しいです。
And she celebrates my return with a radiant smile. We spend an hour together. We trade stories about things that happened in the year where I've been gone and happily chit-chat about silly things.
さくらもう卒業したんだね。それで進路はどうするの？うちに来るなら私から紹介状でっち上げるけど。そうですね。嬉しいけど遠慮しておきます。今はこっちでやることがあるし、勉強なら見てくれる人がいますから。手紙にあった綺麗な後釜か。まあ人のいいじいさんみたいだし、うちに来るよりはマシだろうけど。たまには外に出て冒険してみないとダメになるわよ。ただでさえあんたは生化粧なんだから、教師は生きのいいのじゃないと。それなら大丈夫です。ダイダ、すごく厳しいから。
That's my beloved.
ちょっと怠けるとですね、すっごく怖い顔するんです。ああ、いや、そりゃ怖いでしょう、彼女の本気は。
She's got mystic eyes of petrification after all. If she got seriously angry and used her power, it wouldn't stop at just her clothes. Wait, Miss Fujimura looks a little down.
藤村先生。
あ、何ごめんなさい聞いてなかった。
いえ、そういうのではないのですが、急に黙り込んでしまったから気になって。
あ、うん。ちょっとさくらちゃんと遠坂さんを見てるとシローのこと思い出しちゃって。今いればすごくラッキーなのに、あの子ったら肝心なところで損してるんだから。あ、うん。ちょっとね。ああ、帰り遅いよね、シロー。いつになったら帰ってくるのかな。
Miss Fujimura holds her cup of tea, staring out at the window. Her eyes look distant. She gazes out at the pleasantly cloudless blue sky.
あれ
なんか変な雰囲気になっちゃったわね。私のせいかなとか。そんなことないですよ。藤村先生が先輩の話をしてくれるのは嬉しいです。ダメよ、さくらちゃん。さくらちゃんにとってシュローはもう先輩でも何でもないんだから。まあそれはともかく、急に体を動かしたくなったから道場で素振りでもしてくるわ。
Miss Fujimura excuses herself. Maybe she's trying to be polite. Now then, I'm happy she's been she's being considerate, but it's going to be hard to make small talk now.
まあいいか。こっちまで気を使うことないものね。聞いておくべきことは聞いておかないと。で、さくら、あんたの方はどうなのよ。あれから2年、なんとかやっていけそう？はい、少しずつですけど、いろいろなことを素直に受け止められるようになりました。罪の意識で潰されるのは逃げなんだって。私は私のできることをして少しずつ頑張っていこうと思います。
Good. Keep going, girl. Keep going strong.
そっか。ちょっと見てきたけど街も完全に元通りだものね。2年前の傷跡は消えていて、おかしな事件ももう起こらない。私の役目をさくらに押し付けて教会に行っちゃったけど、それはそれでよかったってことか。はい、姉さんの代わりは大変でした。おかげでこの1年間ずっと強くなれた気がします。
She must mean mentally, not magically. Yeah, it's better for people to act than just sit on their worries.
けど、そういう姉さんはどうなんですか？なんかいろいろゴタゴタしてたって聞いてますけど。私？ゴタゴタしてたって言えばしてたけど。
Where do I even begin? Looking back, it all started 2 years ago. The Holy Grail War. 2 years have passed since Sakura and I got involved in the war. The Great Grail collapsed and the foundation of the Holy Grail War disappeared. The quest for the Holy Grail in this land was sealed off, and Fuyuki finally returned to peace. It did, but not for me. The string of incidents happening on Mage territory. The land of Fuyuki belongs to the Tosakas, but that's only with the approval of the association, so it doesn't completely belong to us. It's a cardinal rule of the Mages Association to keep all mystics hidden, and we shattered it. First, the collateral damage of the Holy Grail War was enormous. Second, the master sent by the association was assassinated. And to top it off, the association detected a swirl of the root. Well, the first two were Kirei's responsibility, and he was the overseer sent by the association, so we had that excuse. But we couldn't do anything about the third problem. The Holy Grail caused the gate to appear. Rituals concerning the root are under the purview of the Mages Association. From their point of view, we basically committed a war crime. One day, something resembling a swirl of the root was suddenly detected in the Far East, and while they were being happy and surprised, it vanished just as suddenly. The people in charge were plenty pissed that a gate was opened, but they really wanted to tear it as a new one for letting it close after it succeeded. And so, while I was struggling with a mop-up, they brought me to the heart of the association in London, England. That's how I stood trial. I met in a meeting room housing about 300 people. They told me about the lords of each department, how the lords of each department would come, how strayed mages would come to pick up the pieces of the Tosaka after my sentencing, and so on. Bit of a dog and pony show, if you ask me.
私もここまでか。こうなったら教会と反目している中東圏に逃げ込むか、日本で徹底抗戦だ。
That's what I was ready to do, and when I was readying my escape, I learned that God giveth just as he taketh away. At Rintosaka's indictment hearing,
弟子の不始末は私の責任でもある。
an old man just a little more senior than the people all in charge showed up for the first time in centuries and appeared and cleared me of all charges. Oh, is that Zelrecht? Of course, he didn't take any punishment on my behalf. The world of mages operates on an equivalent exchange, give and take. And the old man said that of all things,
ご家老では弟子を取ることにする。享受するのは3人までだ。各部門協議の末、見込みのあるものを選出せよ。
he dropped another bombshell. I mean, a missing magician appeared and said he would take apprentices. The conference was in chaos. They stopped caring about an insignificant bug like me and went scrambling for days and nights to select candidates. It was a huge commotion. Then the old man turned to me while
戦うんだというのはお前の国の言葉だったな。遠坂は最も目のない教え子だったが、わずか6代でたどり着くとは。
Then the old man turned to me while I was standing there awestruck and graced me with that remark.
何のことでしょう、大師父。
I asked timidly. After all, I thought he would kill me if he noticed me. Magicians don't leak their magic to other people. My instincts told me they would ruthlessly eliminate those who approach their miracles. But you should never underestimate your enemy. The gemstone grandpa patted me on the head and complimented me.
連中を利用してやれ。ここは窮屈な場所だが、道具だけは揃っておる。
As expected of the Grand Master, being someone who traveled to all kinds of parallel worlds, he's open-minded. It's Zelrecht. Yeah, to tell the truth, I can recreate the jeweled sword. I understood the blueprint and theory during that battle, so if I have enough time and resources, I can make an imitation of magic. Still, I needed serious funds to pull it off. It's more than I could gather in a year or two. No, a decade or two. And that's how I got it off scot-free. I even got a free ride to the clock tower to top it off. After I graduated at high school, I made Sakura the administrator of Fuyuki and promptly left for London. It's been a year since then. Life at the clock tower has been an ordeal. But like Sakura, I'm very slowly expanding my territory.
そうですか。それで姉さん、エミヤの家、先輩のことは問題になってないわ。報告にはあげてないし、キレイも巻き込まれて死亡した一般人としか記録してなかった。幸か不幸か、あいつのことを知っているのは私とあなただけってこと。
The mood's a little heavy. After the battle, I survived thanks to Ryder carrying me and Sakura to the surface. Ryder took me back to the Tosaka house where I replenished my magical energy. As long as I have magical energy, the Tosaka magic crest will keep me alive whether I like it or not. I couldn't eat for a while, but I recovered quickly. Sakura had to deal with the after effects of being connected to Anra Manu, and well, she was hopeless for a while once he was gone. She didn't panic, nor did she brood. She kept pretending everything was fine, like he would come home someday. To be honest, it would have been easier for me to treat her if she'd snap instead. But it's all in the past now. Life has slowly changed over the days and months. Sakura graduated and she said she'd stay in Fuyuki for a while. I'm going to use up all my vacation time here. I'll have to go back to London in a week. What did I expect when I came back to this house? For a year, no, for 2 years, as so much has happened here. My memory goes back a year, but I actually spent a lot of time here before I graduated. Is that why? Did I think that if I turned to look at the kitchen, he'd be standing there holding a kitchen knife with a bored expression? The rookie mage who got caught up in the Holy Grail War. He fought to the very end and won, and for his trouble...
ただいま。いや、悪い悪い。一世から檀家のお供え物を分けてもらってたら遅くなっちまった。
He ended up looking totally fine. Shiro comes into the living room carrying a veritable mountain of shopping bags. Of course. Our eyes meet.
相変わらず元気そうだな、そっちは。
Oh no, I'm gonna laugh. It's obvious that he took a deep breath in the hallway and is trying his best to stay to play it cool.
相変わらず抜けてるみたいじゃない、そっちは。
Wait, why am I saying the same thing back to him? Now Sakura's giggling at both of us.
先輩、無理して強がってると余計姉さんに笑われますよ。まあ、姉さんも同じように意地を張ってるからおあいこですけど。
Now she's saying something scary.
別に無理なんてしてない。遠坂は家族なんだから、うちにいるのは当たり前だろ。何も特別なことなんてない。
Still, he came in holding massive amounts of groceries. Good grief. Why'd you buy so much? We can't finish it all, dummy.
そうね。緊張して損しちゃった。こいつ何にも変わってないし。はい。先輩は何にも変わってません。
Oh, he's making that face that says he's got something to say, but decides not to bother.
言ってろ。それより遠坂、今晩は飯食っていくんだろ。
ええ、泊まる気満々だけど。
そっか。じゃあ休んでろ。長旅で疲れただろ。晩飯はこっちで片付けるから、さくらとお茶飲んで待ってろよ。積もる話もあるだろうしな。
He goes to the kitchen and puts on an apron. It's the plate he's always been for the last year. No, half year to be exact. A sight burned into my memory.
お言葉に甘えるわ。
そうしろそうしろ。あ、それとおかえり遠坂。ちっとも心配してなかったけど、いつも通りで安心した。
ええ、ただいまレミヤくん。そっちもいつも通りで嬉しいわ。
Then the master of the house briskly prepares dinner for a freeloader. Well then, guess I'll look forward to seeing how much she's recovered in the last year.
調子良さそうじゃない。一時はどうなることかと思ったけど、あれなら相手が誰であろうとバレないかな。学校の方は問題なし？はい、おかげさまで一緒に卒業できました。
All right. then I probably don't need to step in anymore. Sakura never needed my help to begin with, so but hopefully I was helpful in filing a leave of absence with school and smoothing things over with Miss Fujimura. And if you want to know why he is alive, it was only possible through magic. Shiromiya's body was completely destroyed. His magic circuits were thoroughly wrecked by Archer's arm invading his body and projecting past his limits. It was a death beyond even the power of the Holy Grail to heal. The reason he's so hale and hearty now is because the Shiromiya standing there is a copy. No, that's not accurate either. Shiro's body died. That Holy Grail couldn't have resurrected his dead body. All the Lesser Grail, all Ilia could do was a mystic called the Third Magic. She used it to revive his soul somehow. She brought him back and gave him an undamaged vessel. You might think that sounds crazy, but that's the Third Magic for you. I'm not talking about transferring a spiritual body or mind alone into someone else's brain and controlling it. When a soul materializes by the Third Magic gains a body with human functions, it can completely remake it in the soul's image. Not the DNA of the flesh, but the soul, apparently. Ilia resurrected Shiromiya by reviving his soul and placing it in a raw body that hadn't become anything yet. But it was an incomplete body, so Ilia's Third Magic wasn't on the same level as the original, I think. A few days after the cavern collapsed, Ryder found Shiro looking a little bit different than he used to. Okay, she didn't find him so much, she plucked or maybe pinched him from the rubble. It was a shock at first, to be sure, but it had me wondering how it was even possible. But when I think about it, when Shiro's cooking in the kitchen, he's being remote controlled by his living soul, allowing him to interact with our world. Things like memories, the brain, and magic circuits actually aren't located in the body, but the soul. Meaning that the vessel is no more than a motor function terminal, while the control system sits safely untouched on the other side. Still, the first 6 months were repeated trial and error. He isn't a plant that'll grow if you water it, nor are there any blueprints for him like a homunculus would have. In the end, we sold the entire Motto library to the association and bought a body that a renowned puppet master had left behind, getting him to where he is now. I hope this doesn't give you the wrong idea. Shiro is just as human as we are. He can get surgery at the hospital, medication and works on him, and he'll die if he's killed. When a body is imbued with a soul, it enters as a fixed state in exchange for recreating that soul. In other words, he's like a servant that can operate without a master. The only difference is that he's living in this era. He'll grow, he'll go to heaven when he dies, and he'll make us delicious food. He's the same Shiromiya I've always known.
でも元が中古だしな。何人か腕のいい人形師を当たってみたんだけど、今の素体よりいい出物はなかったわ。あの素体を作ったっていう人にお願いしようともしたけど、その人封印指定を受けて教会から逃げ出したんだって。見つけるのは骨でしょうね。
Is that representing some other type moon work?
そうですか。けど先輩は今のままで問題ないって言ってますよ。魔力の通りが悪いだけで、あとは前よりいいくらいだって。私もそう思います。
Mm-hmm. No matter how good the body is, it'll be overwritten by its soul. So there might be parts that don't work as well. I don't think it would exceed the original's performance, though.
ちょっと待った。
What's Sakura blushing for?
そのですね。私もやりすぎかなって思うんですけど、私の体がまだその。
That's what she meant. I heard that Sakura's body is still feeling the after effects of Anra Manu. She may have suffered a contract with Anra Manu, but she's still a Holy Grail. In fact, she's still connected to the other side. That enormous magical energy floods Sakura's body, so she needs to vent it every once in a while to maintain her body. Without the Grail, Ryder can remain in the world thanks to Sakura's magical energy. But that still isn't enough to use it up, so she must be giving excess to Shiro. Shiro's current body has few magical circuits, magic circuits. It's true that without Sakura's help, it might start to revert.
いろいろと込み入ってるのね、あなたたち。はい、前途多難です。
All right, I'm sure it poses a lot of problems to be living a normal life. Sakura's although I'm sure it poses a lot of problems to living a normal life, Sakura's constitution gives her a huge advantage as a mage.
考えてみればすごいパーティーじゃない、私たち。
Shiro is a successful case of third magic who will be able to master his reality marvel with the proper training. Sakura can use a portion of the Holy Grail's powers. Ryder's just plain cheating. And we thank her for it, thank you very much. And I can more or less imitate the second magic. To be blunt, we're invincible. I want someone to start a major association tournament. Do you think there would be prize money if we swooped in and took first place? And it's an easy 500,000 and pounds, of course. I'm Japanese, so no tax, please. Crap, I'm actually considering it. Then I'll be truly free of all my free, and all my dreams will come true. I'll use the funds to reforge the jewel sword and say goodbye to that dreary place and come back to this town. Then I'll be able to do this again.
無理か。人間地道が一番だし。
I give up on the idea completely. It sounds too easy, to be honest. I like my current life, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it changes. Besides, I can't stay away forever. I couldn't possibly live a peaceful life if in the... I couldn't possibly live a peaceful life if in the small, peaceful town with these potential troublemakers around.
姉さん、なんか今邪悪な笑みをこぼしてましたけど。そう？勘がいいわね、さくら。
I stand up from my seat cushion. This is no time to laze around. I'm only here for 7 days. I'm not going to waste an important meal.
シロ、手伝うから今度貸して。英国仕込みの腕前見せてあげる。
I shoot down his objections. I start to grin and fantasizing about stealing the show entirely and put on an apron to keep ready for me. I roll my sleeves and go to the kitchen. But before that, I remember what I wanted to confirm the most when I came back home. It's been 2 years. I turned to my gentle grown-up sister.
さくら、幸せ？
Oh, we've switched perspectives. And that's a nice look on you, Ren. Her full-face smile is perfect in every way. That alone makes coming home worth it. I guess they just wanted to show us what Ren looked like grown up. And so I share in some of her happiness and look up at the blue sky. One day, winter ended and spring came. I noticed that cherry blossoms cover everything outside, leaving no vestiges of those cold days. We've gained enough to balance out what we've lost and settled our accounts. So, our story in this town is over, but our story is just beginning. The credits will roll in the far, far future. For now, tomorrow's weather looks good, and my break has just begun. Let's embrace a new day and a new future. In my mind, I see a vision of ourselves leisurely walking down the hill. Now, let's go see the flowers this year, just like we promised. Yay! And so the winter went by and spring came along. Nature is in full bloom, and there's nothing left that reminds you of the hard, cold days. Stash away both what you've lost and gained, for life continues on. Now then, the story that unraveled in this town has reached its conclusion. New stages and people are waiting for us, which will be continued in Hollow Ataraxia. And that is the good end of Fate's of Heaven's Feel. Oh my god, that was so satisfying. That was so satisfying. This was a story of very hurt people needing who needed healing and leaning on each other to start that process. That's what I feel this was ultimately about. I'm very sad about Elia. I really wanted her to stay and be part of the family. But maybe she'll return in the next game, because this did get a sequel, Hollow Ataraxia. I talked about it with Dragonking, and I did see CGs of that, but I don't remember all of them. So maybe Elia does come back in some form. We'll have to see when it comes out, because there is a remaster set to come out this year, and I will play it once we do. Nasu! This is why I love Fate. This is the stuff that I love about Fate. And ending with a happy smile. Completed Sakura's true ending. Oh, and we got a different title screen. Last episode? Clang, a ringing sound. There was light, and the rest of my life I will never forget that sound. The sound of the bell that announced the beginning of battle. She made even the most rugged armor seem beautiful.
あなたが私のマスターか。
The voice still rings clear. Instead of that image fading away, it's still clearly engraved in my memory.
召喚に従い参上した。これより我が剣はあなたと共にあり、あなたの運命は私と共にある。ここに契約は完了した。
Right, the contract was formed. Just as she chose him as her master, so he vowed to help her. The moonlight still shines bright in the darkness, and the shed regains its former tranquility, as if to emulate the night's appearance. Every time I think back, I find myself murmuring her name. The azure light is all but forgotten. Her hair, like golden sand, bathed in the moonlight. Fate. Years later, during one of my naps, I find myself remembering the clash of swords from long ago. I don't recall the correct order of things. Memories are distant and dim, and what I felt then is back in the distant past. Let's talk about the past. It's a story about a boy and a girl over a holy grail, and took place over a short span of 15 days.
So その時は私が死ぬだけでしょう。シローが傷つくことではなかった。繰り返しますが、今後あのような行動はしないように。マスターであるあなたが私をかばう必要はありませんし、そんな理由もないでしょう。ですから、そんな人間がいるとしたら、その人物の内面はどこか欠落しています。その欠落を抱えたまま進んでは、待っているのは悲劇だけです。あなたが戦わないというのならいい。
違うわセイバー。シローはサーバントを侮っているわけじゃない。そのあたりを誤解しちゃうと話が進まないから口を挟ませてもらうけど、だから無茶でも戦う。勝てないって分かっていながら勝とうとする。その結果が自分の死でも構わない。なぜならあんたの中ではどうしてか知らないけど自分より他人の方が大切だからよ。
I really was foolish. No one person could save others. If I really wanted to end this battle, I knew what I had to do from the very beginning. A certain man asked whether I was really not going to fight, not kill, and not let anyone kill. If I realized my mistake, I should first decide what to fix, then decide who to punish. Dazed, I reached my hand out, but not because I wanted to help. I thought the sky was so far away. That was my final thought, I think.
の堅くなさは実にあなたらしい。まったく今さら答えるまでもないでしょう。私はあなたの剣です。私以外の誰があなたの力になるのですか、シロ。
She and that sword were one. The sword in the stone that selected the king. The brilliance of the sword that sealed her fate was also her brilliance. Her soul must still be on the battlefield. Before daybreak, under the indigo sky, she just stared off into the distance, letting the wind blow by. A king is not human. One cannot protect people with human emotions.
いいセイバー。デートってのはね、要するに合いびきのことなの。シロは遊びに行くって言うけど、つまるところ男の子が好きな女の子にアピールするチャンスってわけ。
Ah, yes, that happened too. Luckily, the sky was high and the wind was nice and cool. That memory still lives in his heart, clear as day.
王の誓いは破れない。私には王として果たさなければならない責務がある。アーサー王の目的は聖杯の入手です。それが叶おうとも私はアルトリアに戻ることはないでしょう。私の望みは初めから一つだけ。剣を手にした時からこの誓いは永遠に変わらないのですから。シローなら分かってくれると思っていた。
It's a scene from so many years ago.
それを手に取る前にきちんと考えた方がいい。
いいえ。
Even after seeing that future, she only gave him a firm nod. The mage asked again if that was what she wanted. She just wanted to protect everyone, but to do so, she had to abandon her desire to protect people. She could not protect her country as king if she still had a human heart. Even knowing this, she drew the sword. Even knowing this, she vowed to live as a king. No matter what happened, her mind was made up. She abandoned her human heart. She was willing to give up that up to protect her nation. Who could have who could have known the girl would make such a noble oath? She was determined to fight, come what may, and however it might end. She still decided to fight, even if it was inevitable. A solitary doom awaited her. Even if it was an inevitable solitary doom awaiting. Even if an inevitable solitary doom awaited her. I'm sorry about that.
私は選定役だと言っただろう。ふさわしい人間がいるのならば、喜んで聖杯は譲る。そのために、まずはお前の言葉を聞きたいのだ、エミヤシロ。
what I see is an all too familiar living hell. No matter how much they begged for help, I couldn't give. If there was anything I could do, it would have been to put an end to it. I could only fix the wrongness of those living dead. I could not make the architect of that hell pay for his... I could only make the architect of that hell pay for his sins. The priest said, the truth of 10 years ago, the malice was planted into the Holy Grail. That was planted into the Holy Grail. The reality that there was no salvation anywhere. A sad event, a tragic death, misfortune that passed. There was no way to undo any of it. The champion of justice is someone who can only clean up a mess that's already been made. You'll never be able to save the very people you're hoping to save. I couldn't look them in the eye. I wanted to run away. Nothing could be done. As I listened to their pleas, I knew I had no miracle to gain. I didn't have the strength to contradict the man claiming champions of justice were just that. I have no apparent enemy. I never wished for anything for myself. But let's say, if I did have a miracle at the ready, would I... I faced the corpses. I grit my teeth as I refused. What is lost cannot be returned. His pained expression alone makes her heart ache. What was it she had said? She could not start over. It was her duty as the king, so she refused over and over. She pledged once so long ago, something she swore to herself. She would fight. Even if she loses everything, and even if everyone in the world hates her. An oath from a king, a promise to fight against all odds.
聖杯が私を汚すものならばいらない。私が欲しかったものはもうすべて揃っていたのだから。
Yes, she has everything she needs with her now. Her pride as a knight, her promise as a king, even the precious dream that that young girl once held. You have my unwavering trust and respect. These are not my words as a king, but as a girl who could not protect anything, and now I shall be your sword until the very end.
Let's go!
The sun rises. The wind starts to pick up. The golden glimmer shines, seeming to last forever. In it,
最後に一つだけ伝えないと。
I can hear the determination in her voice.
どんな
I tried to at least sound strong. She turns. Saber looks straight at me and says her voice clear.
シロ、あなたを愛している。
She said it. The wind blows over the mountaintop. For a moment I close my eyes, blinded by the morning sun. When I open them again, I don't think I was surprised. I just had a feeling. Our goodbye was always going to be like this. All I see is the wasteland. Saber is gone, carried off by the gust of wind. Just like when she appeared, she left with grace, without a trace.
本当にお前らしい
There are no regrets in my choice. Every memory, both of what I've lost and what I've gained, remain in my heart. I'll keep them all there forever. I look out at the rising sun, hoping I've never forgotten any of this, and none of it fades from my mind for a long time to come. I watch the morning glow spreading over the distant land below. It reminds me of the golden field she fought on. This is not a story that can be shared. It is a story of a small witch, like one made on a star. If this keeps going, I'm going to have to, call it quits on that. It's too much. So, we got all the data. Of course, we haven't got everything here, but the thing that's important... not there. Completed weapon menu. So is servants not complete yet? I guess not. So yeah, the next thing will be for me to collect all the bad endings. I'll do that with Marcel off stream, but we got everything. All right, then. And with that, we are done with Fate Stay Night, at least for streams. And so I had a good time with this. I'm a big Fate fan, and it's great to finally finish the game that started it all. So, with that, let us set up a raid. Let's raid Porcelain Doll, who's playing in Baldur's Gate 3. Alright, so, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. I upload all my stuff on YouTube, and you can also check my socials down there. And if you're watching on YouTube, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps me too. Okay, so, tomorrow, we'll be continuing the story and... we'll be continuing our other adventure in Super Lesbian Animal RPG. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.